All right. I'm sharing it now. Hold on. I'm about to step on some toes, some pinky toes, baby. Yes, I am. I'm about to step on some toes because I'm about to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, baby. You hear me? So y'all see the title, right? Why aren't Romeca fans yelling, release the tape, right? We know that it's a tape, but nobody is yelling, release the tape. But guess what they are yelling? She said, I know you have woke up a lot of people. Yes, I have woke up a lot of people, but they yelling for me to shut up. They yelling that I'm insensitive. They yelling that I'm speaking down on the dead. They're yelling that I am dehumanizing the victim. They're yelling, I'm only in it for money. They're yelling that I'm taking the opposite position because I am a ungodly, no empathy, lack empathy, like I'm a horrible, empty ass person inside, right? They're yelling all of that, honey, throughout social media, baby, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on YouTube. A lot of YouTube content creators have listened to me and have said all types of crazy shit about I'm heartless and all types of stuff. But ain't none of them yelling, release the tape. The incident is on camera and ain't none of them yelling, release the tape. You want to know why? Well, I looked it up. First of all, they're yelling justice for Romeca, but they're not actually seeking justice. Because if they was really seeking justice, they would be saying release the tape. Okay? If they were really seeking justice, they would literally be wanting to know the facts and the legalities of it all, right? They wouldn't be trying to attack someone else for their view. They wouldn't be going live and making video after video after video saying those people that's attacking Romeca are dehumanized. They're just not sensitive enough, right? That's not real justice. That's not hashtag justice for Romeca. Hashtag justice for Romeca would be saying what really happened, right? Release the tape, right? It wouldn't be trying to go over all the different witness statements and trying to figure out this witness is a lie, this witness telling the truth, and this witness is or whatever, right? They would literally be saying, release the tape. Hashtag release the tape. The entire incident was recorded on tape. They wouldn't be making the outlandish lies, pulling shit out their ass, making up shit, saying, oh, she popped her in the face because she's jealous, or, oh, she knew she was coming around the block, so she staged the whole thing. They would not be selling their supporters, their listeners, they wouldn't be selling them a bunch of crock. See, let me tell you what they're doing. They're not seeking justice. They are seeking what you call emotional justification. Honey, they just want to feel good. They want you to sympathize with them. They want you to see things the way they do. And if they don't see it, if you don't see it the way they do, they say things like, you're just opposing the situation because you're doing it for money, or you're just wanting to be on the opposite because you have no heart. You know what I'm saying? They're doing it for that reason. They are not seeking justice. They are seeking emotional justification because in their mind, they already have said who the victim is. They feel that Romeca from the very beginning was the victim, the true victim. They don't want anything else to come out. They don't like the fact that I'm looking at it on the legal side of the house. They don't like that. They don't want no true facts and justification of what's going on. They want emotional justification. They want you to side with them because they're in their feelings. They don't want to hear the truth. You remember that thing long time ago? They said, you can't handle the truth. That's exactly what's going on here. They are too busy wanting to fight me and anybody else that's saying that we feel that it was self-defense, right? They want to fight against us, right? Instead of saying real justice for Romeca. Justice for Romeca is release the tape, because if they release the tape, everybody will know what's going on. Why aren't they yelling, release the tape? Why don't they want to see the real facts, not the made up facts, not the conspiracy theories, not the bullshit like, oh, she was just waiting outside and lured her over here or jumped out in front of Carlos' car. They would not even be saying no bullshit like that. They would literally want to know the truth. They would literally want to know the truth. They're not asking to release the tape. They're too busy wanting to change the minds of those that don't see it their way. They don't like the fact that myself and a few others out here do not see it their way. I don't have a problem with them not seeing it my way. Majority of them never see things my way, right? And that's fine. But they're like, oh, you got one content creator over there watching how many super chats I set my goal at. How is that justice for Romeca? Why are they worried about what I'm doing? Then you got another content creator over there saying, oh, she's just doing it for money. Why are you worried about what I'm doing? If it's true justice for Romeca, if it's true justice for Romeca, it wouldn't be about me. It would be really about the facts. It would really be about the recording. There's a whole recording of an incident. You don't have to come out here and make shit up and pull it out your ass, right? If you really, really, really want to know the truth, it's not justice for Romeca. It's emotional justification for them. They just want people to feel the way they feel. And if you don't feel the way they feel, oh, you in it for the wrong reason. They're in it because they're passionate. That's what they want you to believe. Oh, I'm just passionate about the situation. Other bloggers that's doing this is not passionate. That's what they want you to believe, right? But my thing is, if it's true justice for Romeca, then they would listen to what's being said, right? And then they would go and try to figure it out on their own. They would go and look it up and say, oh, is she telling the truth? Let me look this law up and this, that, and the other. They wouldn't try to twist it and flip it like you got 3 or 4 of them over there saying that battery all of a sudden don't mean physical. A person that's being battered doesn't mean that they're being physical. They're crazy with it. You remember I told y'all last night, somebody said, it just literally mean that you could just flick the hood of their shirt, and that just means battery. That's because they're being emotional. They want emotional justification. They don't care nothing about true justice for Romeca. True justice for Romeca would be putting pressure on the police officers downtown in Chicago. They wouldn't be fighting other content creators. They would be really downtown asking for that recording to be released, right? They would be asking, release the tape, release it. See, so many of them came out and said there was no tape. Now they got to walk it back. They walking it like they talk it now. So now that they see in the real report that there is a tape, they don't want nobody to see it. They ain't screaming for the tape. They're trying to walk it back. I didn't say there really wasn't a tape. I said, yeah, you did. You went to the scene and said there was no tape. Now all of a sudden, but I didn't see the tape, but I mean, blah, blah, blah. Well, Q don't have the tape. It doesn't matter if Q have the tape or not, right? They said it wasn't a tape. Now that it is a tape, why aren't they yelling, kicking, and screaming, release the tape? Release the tape. At this point, because I know that it's a tape, I found out for a fact last night that it was a tape because of the police report, right? The incident report. The detective Vera, said that we verified the reports of these witnesses because everything, the entire incident was captured on tape. I don't have to sit here and try to make up and say, what went first, the chicken or the egg. I don't have to say that. All I got to say is release the tape. The incident was captured on the tape. You don't have to keep on trying to sell nobody nothing. The whole incident was captured on the tape. And in my opinion, if it was a calculated, cold-blooded murder, like they said it was, like they said Holly is a cold-blooded murder, it's on the tape and she would be locked up. It's on the tape, and she would be locked up. So I believe the reason why she is not locked up, the reason why she don't have charges on her right now, because they're trying to verify everything else. They already know what happened on that day, but they're trying to verify everything else. You understand what I'm saying? It's other things that they have to look at, like the ballistic report, like the autopsy report, which just came out, right? Verify her restraining order and things of that nature, right? Those are the things that they have to verify. I do believe in my heart's heart it's going to be a self-defense. However, I am glad to know that there is a recording of the incident. So nobody have to just act like, come up with all these lies and this witness said one thing and another witness said something else. It was captured on tape. On tape. So that, to be honest with you, they could chill with the stories. Oh, it was plotted. It was planned. It was premeditated. She stuck her shoe out. She tripped her up on the way. She lured her over. She was talking to Carlos first. She butt herself in. It's on the tape. They know what happened. Chicago police knows what happened. They know what, let me say it again. They know what happened. So me coming out here and telling you stories and making shit up, right? To try to paint a picture of what happened is useless. It's useless to come out here and tell you, y'all, what if she was riding down the road, right? And they lured her over with a piece of bubble gum, and she came over and said, "Hey, I just want to have a calm conversation." That's it. That's over with. It is a recording. Cut the cap. Cut the cap. Just stop it at this point. The only thing that matters now is how they interpret her actions on that day with the law. That's it. That's all. What happened, what went on that day, they know about it. Now they just got to interpret it with the law, the real law, not social media law, because you know there's a difference, right? There's a difference in social media law and the real law, because social media law falls somewhere in between the emotional law. There's a lot of people out here all in their damn feelings. And because I'm not in my feelings, oh, I'm being called a demon, evil, dehumanized, cruel, all types of shit. But I don't really care what they say. They can say whatever because they're emotional. They're in their feelings. The cops have the recording. If it's true justice for Romeca, then yell, release the tape. They have it. Release the tape. You wouldn't be out here trying to down talk another content creator for their belief unless they're putting out lies. If I was over here putting out lies, yes, break that down on your panel. Explain that. But they're not out over there talking about me lying. No, they're talking about my lack of emotional justification like them. The fact that I am not talking like them, they over there speaking about me on their panels, but they're hashtag justice for Romeca. Baby, that ain't justice for Romeca. You just mad because ain't nobody else justifying your emotions. That's what you mad at. You ain't mad at me. You ain't mad at me. You mad because you want people to feel how you feel. I don't feel how you feel. I don't see it how you see it, right? And that's what's wrong with them. She said, we are going to have to pay Q, collect money to smash the lies. Listen, I told them last night, if in fact Q is saying, I mean, if it's true what he said, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but I don't think the type of people you got to think that's in this situation, they're not going to believe Q. Even if the tape came out just like he said it, they still not going to believe Q. You have to understand, these people have already set their minds to what they think is true. And you can't change these people's mind. They can see the tape and still tell you that didn't happen. They will see, and I'm not saying this is on the tape because I wasn't there. I don't know. But they can see Romeca walk up to Holly and grab her by her head, and they'll say she was dusting off the back of her hair or some shit or whatever. They will make it fit their narrative. You have to understand that. But I'm a realist. If I see Romeca walk up, and if she don't hit Holly, I can come out here and say, no, she ain't hit that girl. That wasn't no hit. That wasn't no hit. I could do that though. They can't. They will flip it, rub it down, or do whatever they have to do to fit their narrative. Okay? She said, love, Amor, where's the tape? The tape, the police department has the tape. The police department has the tape. They put in the write-up that we showed on last night live that the witness statements was verified, right? Because the incident was caught on a POD. And that is I don't know exactly what it means, but it's some type of pod device, some type of camera. It's a camera though. The police something camera. But anyway, the whole incident is caught on tape. But if they truly wanted justice for Romeca, in my opinion, they would be not just the family and the outraged fans will be hollering, release the tape, release the tape, release the tape. But they're not. They're making video after video with outlandish ass lies. Outlandish, making up more shit. Making up more shit. But let me just say this right quick. And this ain't no dig against Keys. I'm sorry. This ain't no dig against Keys. But I just find it funny now that Keys wants to do a video and say the reason why Holly is free, right, or is going to be set free is because she used Carlo's address as her own, right? Said that they both live there. So he's trying to say she was within her right to pop, shoot or whatever, Romeca, because it's almost like they came to her house, right? But I think the reason why he's saying that, because that soften the blow shit, he's just trying to, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, he's trying to get them prepared. And now he's saying he's gonna sue the Chicago Police Department and all this shit or whatever. He's trying to get them prepared for her being deemed justified homicide. Okay. He's trying to get them prepared so it won't be like, oh, I was leading you guys on the entire time or whatever. I was telling you falsehoods or getting you all into your emotions. Now he's trying to, I guess, like soften the blow, is like he claiming, right? And he's trying to brace them for the justified homicide report that may be coming out real soon. I don't know for a fact that it's coming out. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, but that's my belief that it's going to be justified homicide. Okay? Why do I feel that way? Because I feel that if it was a cold-blooded murder, let me just say this to y'all. They have the recording of the day of the incident, right? They have the victim, which is Romeca, right? They have the shooter. They have the weapon. Now they have the autopsy report. They have the coroner's report. They have the witness statements along with the camera footage. They have everything they need to where if it was a non-justifiable homicide or just a murder, that they would have picked Holly up and arrested her and charged her with something. They have everything they need to actually, if they felt that it was a murder, to charge her. What else are they waiting on? They have everything, right? So, in my opinion, I do believe that it is leaning more toward a justifiable homicide than it is a murder. Okay? She said, yes, I heard some speculations today. Just be glad this story will be over, with no disrespect to the family of Romeca. Too much to speculation for me. Nobody was there, just giving an opinion. That's true, Yolanda. Nobody was there. And the wild stories that they're saying they're coming up with, I mean, when I tell you they coming up with the wildest stories, let me just say this. As a content creator, to be honest with you, I would rather keep it 100 with you. Like, just, even if it's going to hurt your feelings, I would rather keep it 100 with you than to come out here and just pull a story out my ass and just make it up just to either entertain or to provide content. I don't want to be that type of content creator. I don't want to be that type of content creator. I don't want no conspiracy theory. It may, what if this may have happened? What if this may have happened? No. I want to know what happened within reason. You understand what I'm saying? And if I don't know within reason, I want to just say that. Hey, y'all, I don't know. I wasn't there, right? She said, keep doing what you're doing and standing on the law and not feelings and emotions because no one know what happened that day but the ones involved. Exactly. Everyone has an opinion, but opinions don't matter in court. Absolutely true. Absolutely. No one knows what happened, you know. And for the people to say things like, oh my God, I'm not even gonna say it because it don't make no sense. I'm talking about none. She said the PODs are police observation devices. Thank you. Surveillance cameras used by Chicago police to monitor the public areas. Thank you for that. So that's what they said, that it was captured on a POD, which is a police observation device. If I was if you want to call it team Romeca, because I don't think I'm team nobody, but if I was justice for Romeca, I would be on here saying, release the tape. Release the tape. We need to see the tape. That's what I would be saying. I wouldn't be sitting up here still trying to sell my audience a fake ass story, one that I done pulled out my ass, right? But let me say this because the autopsy report did say that it was not at close range. And I did the duty to find out what close range really mean, right? Close range means close enough to gunpowder or soot to get on the victim. They said no soot or gunpowder was present on the victim, which means that it was not at close range, right? Now, I heard about 4 or 5 different content creators take that and ran with it and said, see, case closed. It was a murder. It was a murder. Now, oh my Jesus. All I can say is that's just not true. Okay. Just because it was not at close range does not mean that it cannot be considered self-defense. Okay. I looked that up. Just because it was not at arm's reach does not mean that it's not justified self-defense. It could still be self-defense, right? Even if she was still charging toward her. She was still, when she was released, if she was coming in her direction, because the bullet report did say that it was face to face. The bullet went in front to back, not side to side, like our boy Keys said, from the right to the left. It went in from the right to the left. It did not do right to the left. It was front to the back, right? Which means that she don't have to be up close. You don't have to wait for a person to get within arm reach of you to defend yourself. So because they think this is case closed because it was not at close range, I'm gonna need them to look that up again. Okay. That does not mean just because they were not within arm reach that she cannot say self-defense. And another thing, somebody said, well, she didn't yell self-defense on the scene. So because she didn't yell self-defense on the scene, then it wasn't self-defense. I've never heard of such thing in my life. Just because a person didn't yell, it was self-defense on the scene, that it means that it can't be justified as self-defense. When have they ever said you as the shooter have to announce on the scene that it was self-defense? I'm sure during those 5-hour questioning, or even the drive down to the station or whatever, I'm sure when they asked her what happened, I'm sure she told them what happened. And I'm sure she told them then, I was defending myself. You know, so the fact that she did not yell it was self-defense does not mean that it was not self-defense. And somebody said she yelled everything else. I think you're talking about as far as yelling everything else, like I'm a licensed carrier. Yeah, well, because they had just said at the time, if you go back to that video, they said she just put her gun in the car. She put her gun, she's a shooter, she put her gun in the car. And that's when she said, I'm licensed to carry or something like that, or I have a concealed carry or something, however she said it. And then she said, and I have a restraining order on her. But that still did not stop them from detaining her, arresting her, and taking her down to the station and communicating with her. That's exactly what they did. They held her for 5 hours questioned her for 5 hours. You don't think within those 5 hours that she told them that she was defending herself? You don't think that they can look at the tape, the recording, the camera, and see whether or not she was defending herself or not? They're not looking at that right there anymore. What they're looking at now is how did all this whole shit get started? Two, is there a justifiable restraining order in place? They're looking at all of that shit. You understand me? You can bring a whole police officer on here, Chicago attorney, the district attorney, and everybody in the government to confirm what you're saying, and they will still try to make something else of it. Now that is absolutely true. But Sean, my thing is, even after last night from Keys, he did get the paperwork. I give him that. Shout out to Keys for getting the paperwork, even though he mad I'm using his paper. And I ain't gonna say Keys mad. Keys is not mad that I'm using his stuff. Other content creators are the same content creators that's want to target me. They using his shit too, but they mad because I'm using it. Make it make sense, right? But nevertheless, it was confirmed last night that there is a camera, right? And that the whole incident was on camera, was caught on camera. What I don't understand is they still today coming up with outlandish ass stories, wild ass. I heard a content creator said she thinks the chin shot. She said the chin shot lines up with the headlock. Romeca, excuse me. It said she said the chin shot. She think the chin shot lines up with the witness statement or the witness account of Carlos holding her in a headlock. So she's still saying that she believed that Romeca was shot while being held in a headlock. She said that. She said that. Instead of just saying whatever happened that day was captured on the camera and the police has it. And they have it. They have it. Now, see, we only speculated up until last night that it was a tape out there. We didn't know 100% sure, right? But now we know, because why? Well, because Detective Vera said it. He wrote it up that there is a recording of the whole incident. A recording of a whole incident. It's obvious what's on the video because she still is yet to be charged. Come on, put thinking caps on, people. Baby, my thinking cap been on day 2. My cap been on day 2. Honey, I think majority of the ones in this chat kind of get it. It's them other folks that's still left field and still with the conspiracy theories and still pulling stories out they ass. You know what I'm saying? I get it. I wouldn't want to lose what God gave me, and that's a brain to think, right? To come up and try to pull a story out my ass. One, I wasn't there. And two, pulling a story out your ass, how does that help Carlos? Excuse me, not Carlos, but how does that help Romeca? How you making up stories help Romeca? How you saying that, it was premeditated? How is that helping Romeca? How you saying that she knew that Romeca would be driving down that road that morning? How is that helping Romeca? How is that justice for Romeca? They have the recording. They know what happened. How are you saying battery is not physical? How is that helping Romeca? And then Keys said, yeah, she was probably hit, but not like a real fight. She was probably just grabbed and just immediately let go. Why are you downplaying that? First, it wasn't physical. Now it was, oh, she probably just grabbed her and just let her go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you telling people battery does not mean physical? It means words. When the paperwork said it escalated from an argument to her being battered, battering her. And now all of a sudden it's not supposed to be a physical fight. But nevertheless, the police know whether or not it was a physical fight. The police know whether or not it was a physical fight. She said there's no other evidence police could be looking for when they have the whole thing on camera. And I bet she was sitting outside waiting on police, waiting, and police saw that on camera too. So you think that you one of the ones that think that Holly was sitting outside waiting for Romeca to pull up? Okay, girl. Okay, well, if she was, it's on the camera. If she was out there waiting on Romeca to pull up, then it's on the camera. It's on the camera. That's the only thing I can say. If she was literally sitting out there, let me. Dan. Oh, here come that white car. Here come that white car. Hold on. Let me let her see me. Hey, Romeca. Romeca. Here I go. I heard you was looking for me. Here I go. Here I go. Here I go. Like, are you anyway? Hey, believe whatever you want to believe, baby girl. Believe whatever you want to believe. All I got to say is it is on camera. It's on camera. Now, I don't know if the police will be releasing the camera footage to us. Okay. Oh, she said no, Romeca was waiting. I said, I'm sorry, lovely Jim. I thought you were saying the other way around because somebody said yesterday that they feel that Romeca Holly was waiting on her. So I'm sorry. I apologize to you because I thought you was saying it the other way around, baby. You hear me? I thought you was trying to say it the other way around. Okay. Well, I don't even know if that happened, to be honest with you. I don't know. At this point, I don't want to make up no more stories. No more stories because the cop has the recording. And I actually think every content creator should be like this, but I can't tell content creators what to do. And I don't give a damn. And they don't have to do anything. They can keep pulling stories out their ass all they want to. The cop know what happened. So my thing is the Team Romeca people should be pressuring the cops to release the video. Release the video. So, and if Holly is wrong, okay, if Holly was wrong, if Holly did anything that violated the law, she should be held accountable for what she did, right? I believe that wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. But the police knows what happened. They know what happened. It's on the recording. She said, Amore, Romeca just wanted to hug Holly. They probably gonna say that too, Christina. They probably gonna come up and say some shit like that too. That you seen the girl say, "Oh, she just was probably just flicking her hood." She probably just took her finger and just flicked her hood a little bit. That's it. And then the cops wrote down battery. Like it's an emotional justification at this point. You got a lot of Romeca supporters want emotional justification. They want you to see things the way they do. They want you to feel how they feel. They want you to have the same sympathy that they have. That's just it, and that's all for real. That's what it is. They want you to, if you're not feeling how they feel, you're a demon. You heartless. You don't believe in the Lord. You evil. You live with spirits. You know, whatever. I probably done lost about 20 or 30 supporters, probably more, for me covering this story. And I am perfectly okay with it. Bye. See ya. Bye. I don't care. If you don't like me because of what I say, baby, all I can say is bye. See you later. I'm sure they come, they go, they come, they go, they come, they go. It's going to be all right. I'm not going to beg nobody, and I mean nobody, to stay and be my supporter, all because you in your feelings, all because you want emotional justification. I don't see it that way. I see a person that did what they were supposed to do legally, went down there, and then somebody said, "Oh, they think that she went and got her criminal justice degree so she can plan out this perfect ass murder." Then she needs to be in the World Book of Genesis World Record or whatever the hell, because seriously, you know, she planned this murder out. She plotted this murder. These people are. Anyway, all I can say is it's funny at this point, but the cops have it. The cops have the tape. They're like, oh, you know, she's a criminal justice major. She's a criminal justice major, which means that she thought this whole process out, the whole thing. She says her family is going to be emotional about it no matter what. That is a true statement. And then the thing about it is, when you say justice for Romeca, it does not bring Romeca back. Even if Holly did have to go to court and get locked up, spend 15, 25,000 years in jail, how does that bring Romeca back? It doesn't. But I'm not saying that a person shouldn't seek justice, but I think the family may be seeking justice, and not all the family. The family out here being dramified, they're not seeking justice. That's just not justice. They're seeking emotional justification. But these content creators, they're not seeking no goddamn justice. And if you think they are, you're crazy. They're seeking emotional justification. They just want to argue with other content creators, baby. Stop playing. Stop playing. Because when you listen to their lives, they too busy worrying about your super chats. How the hell you supposed to be justice for Romeca, but you over here worrying about what I set my super chat goal for? She said her you look like a whole goofy to be watching what somebody said their super chat goal for, and you supposed to be justice for Romeca. Girl, if you don't get the fuck off my page and worry about justice for Romeca, release the tape. Release the tape. They want emotional justification. They want you to see things the way they do. They want you to interpret the law the way they do. And it's just not true. They ain't even interpreting it right. And some of them live in the same goddamn state. That's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. You know? It would never be the other way around, so we can't speculate that. She learned the law and made sure she followed it as she so she could protect herself. Newsflash, that's what you supposed to do. Hello. Exactly. That's how I feel too. But they feel all, and then they used to say, oh, she got a police officer in her family, and oh, now she got a criminal justice. I don't even know if she does have a criminal justice degree. I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? And even if she did have a criminal justice degree, I don't think that that has to do, nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? Everything was captured on recording. It was captured on tape. That should be, to be honest, that should be the most important thing right now. Release the tape. Release the tape. The what is it? Carmelo Anthony situation. They were like, oh, portions of it was captured on tape, right? But they said they weren't gonna show it all to the public. But they showed something. They didn't show everything, but they showed that they could see the stadium, right? In this report we seen last night, it said the entire incident was captured on tape. Some of these content creators want to say, well, this witness said this and this witness said that. It doesn't matter what the witnesses said at this point. They got the whole damn thing. The witness can say she dug up her butt and pulled out something and rubbed it on her. But if it ain't captured on tape, guess what? It ain't true. It ain't true. They need to cut the cap. They're like, oh, I believe this witness and I don't believe that one. I don't give a damn no more about none of the witnesses. Now that I know that it was actually captured on tape, I don't care to hear no witness statement. I don't care who it came from. Because it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Oh, well, the witness says she did this. It doesn't matter. It was if that happened, it's on tape. The police has it. The police has it. So, again, I find it funny that even after people know that the police has the tape, they still coming up with their own outlandish ass lies or conspiracy theories or some weird ass stories trying to justify what went on when all of it was captured on tape. It was captured on tape. And then here go Keys. Well, she's going to get off, y'all, because she put down that she lived with Carlos and she don't live there, but she's justified to shoot at her house. I I just find that funny. I just find that funny. You know what I'm saying? I literally find that funny. She said they should be able to do a FOIA request for the tape. I think now I don't know exactly how this worked, but I'm gonna assume that the detectives will probably show the family the footage first before they show it to the public. That's how they normally do it, to try to brace the family for what's being seen, right? So that whether it's in their favor or not, right? I would assume that they will show the family first. Now I'm gonna say a little further and say that I'm gonna assume that the family already didn't seen the tape. And that's just my assumption. I'm gonna assume that the family has already seen the tape, but I don't know that for sure. I would think that if the family was pressuring the police department the way most families do, most families that care, they go and they ask. They ask, no, 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 what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? They don't take no for an answer. So I'm going to assume that they have seen the tape or they know what's on the tape. Okay. And that they're just waiting for other preliminaries. Oh, I'm just waiting for this to come back. I'm waiting for the ballistic report. I'm waiting for the autopsy. I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for that or whatever to come back before we come out with an answer. And so if that's the case, I don't know if it is, but if that's the case, and if they're continuing out here trying to make Holly look bad or whatever, just to try to get in front of the tape, what is that doing? You're not helping your niece. You're not helping your sister. You're not helping your daughter. You're not helping Romeca. Putting out falsehoods is not helping Romeca. Coming up with conspiracy theories is not helping Romeca. And then going after bloggers that don't see it your way, that's not helping Romeca. That's not, you can make 15 more dry bomb ass videos about how the person that don't see things the way you do is demonic and all this other shit. How is that helping Romeca? You sound like a whole fucking ass goofy. You sound like a goofy because it's still not helping Romeca and it's not putting facts out here. You're not breaking down no laws. You're not putting no facts out here. You're literally just showing how much you are jealous of other content creators. That's all you doing. That's all you doing. You know? She said, I'm starting to think the mom sent, hold on. I'm starting to think the mom seen it and not telling the aunt because 2 days ago the aunt swore Romeca never hit Ollie. Well, if she swore she never hit Holly, the paperwork said that she did. Now, if the police is not talking to the family, that's very concerning to me. That would be very concerning if the police is not talking to the family. Because the paperwork, the detectives said she did. Okay? The paperwork said that it escalated from an argument to Romeca battering Holly. Now I done heard about 3 content creators try to explain to their audience how battering is not physical. Why would you even lie to your people? Like, why I would not even want to insult my supporters' intelligence. I really would not. Me telling y'all, I just want you to know, battering really doesn't mean hitting, okay? It could just very well mean that she just raised her voice a little bit more and just cursed her out and just made a threat and said, I'm gonna kick your ass. I would not want to do that to y'all. That's disrespectful. And it's playing on your supporters' intelligence as if you guys can't look that shit up yourself. Battering can be physical, but in the sense that it is written, when you say it escalated, it was started off as an argument and escalated into battering, you're not saying it escalated into another further argument. It does not make sense. She started putting hands on Romeca. Excuse me, I'm sorry, the other way around. She started putting hands on Holly. It said it escalated from an argument to battering. Battering. And for these people, I'm just letting you know, battering don't necessarily mean physical. It could very well mean that she just rested her hands on Holly's shoulder. Like, cut it out. Cut it out. And then saying me speaking on Romeca's behavior, her actions, right, is wrong. Me saying her family is street is wrong. But they can call, they're around. It's some content creators. Y'all listen to this right here. It's some content creators that's calling Holly a hoe. It's content creators that's calling Holly a bitch. It's content creators calling Holly all out her name, all because she chose to defend herself. Man, where you get these people from? Anyway, Jesus, let me drink water. Let me drink water. Anyway, the cameraman, yes, every time she says that when she gets on someone's panel, she don't care if a fight happened. She just goes straight to, she didn't have to kill her. It never fails. And you know what? Just like my boy Trey said last night, I understand that the family is distraught. You understand what I'm saying? That's a loved one, right? So she probably feel that she didn't have to kill her, and we wasn't there. We don't know. But given, in my opinion, given the threats that were made prior to this incident, right? In order for her to have to go get a restraining order out in the first place. And then, people want to try to say, oh, but Holly was mocking her too. Mocking. Okay, let me ask y'all a question. I just want to know how y'all feel. You just come here with me for a second. Do you think in your mind that um what am I trying to say? If two people are going back and forth on the internet, right? Two people going back and forth. Do you think that just because they going back and forth, that makes it equal? Or do you think one or the other can take it further? Or do you think it's just equal? If going back and forth, do you think it could be equal? Or do you think one could be worse than the other? That's my question to you guys. Or do you think it's equal? Y'all let me know in the comments. You think it's equal, Kia? Who else thinks it's equal? Who else think going back and forth is equal? I only see one person. So no one is answering but Kia. So what Dakota said, there's always a primary aggressor. What I meant by that is, let's just say, okay, I'm gonna take it there, right? I'm gonna take it there. So y'all remember, some of y'all, most of y'all, remember when I was going back and forth with those content creators that we call across the street, right? Remember that? When I was going back and forth with them, did y'all ever hear me, ever hear me one time threaten them? Even once. Did y'all ever hear me threaten them? That I'm gonna come to their house, I'm gonna K out their children, I'm going to do this to their husband, I'm going to break, any of that. Have y'all ever heard me say any of that? No, right? But wasn't it done to me? Didn't several of them threaten me? Didn't they say all types of things was gonna happen to me, my daughter, my son, my grandkids? It wasn't equal. And that's why I stopped fooling with them. Because it wasn't equal. Roasting, calling somebody a bitch, a hoe, we going back and forth with each other, we roasting each other is one thing. But they was taking it to a whole nother level, right? All the threats, I'm gonna blow you, all the weird ass shit that they were saying, right? Blast your skull on the page, all this weird ass shit, right? So you think that was equal? You think that if I would have took them to court for threatening my life, you think the judge would have been like, oh, y'all equal? Y'all equal because you call her a bitch. So she has a right to say that she's going to blow, do this to you or threaten your grandchild and shit like that. They became weird. And that's why I left them alone, because I realized I wasn't as gutter as they are. I can't say some of the things that they say. Not even, I just went, as a person, as a human, I can't repeat some of the things that they said, right? So I don't think it's equal. I don't look at that as equal, right? I look at it as one was making threats and the other one was trolling or roasting. I don't see it as equal. Not saying that I'm more innocent, but I think calling somebody a bitch or a hoe is not breaking the law. But threaten to unalive somebody, unalive their children, kidnap their daughter, go up to the daughter college dorm and do something to her, those were threats. It's a difference. That's breaking the law. But calling somebody names is not breaking the law. So I look at it different. So Holly was and then let's peel it back a little bit more. Holly, in her I Would Never video, even though they try to act like that was the worst video in the world, she never even said the girl's name. So it wouldn't have even held up in court. I'm being honest with you. It would not have held up in court simply because she never mentioned her name. But we know that she was talking about her. We know that it was about her, but it would not have held up in court. So I don't look at that the same. You making a funny, laughing at somebody, mocking, if you want to say it, trolling, mocking, whatever, on social media is different than texting somebody's phone, calling somebody's phone, calling somebody's family member, DMing them in their private message box. It's a difference. It is a difference. You directly contacting somebody versus you going on and doing a whole video and you never mention that person's name. It's a difference. Now, is it personally different? It may not be personally different. You may say, no, she was mocking her, so she can mock her back. No, when you calling somebody's electronic device, that is considered harassment. Ask me how I know. I do. I know. That's considered harassment. That's considered stalking and harassment. When you are contacting someone through an electronic device, that's different than just being on the internet, just talking in general. She never even mentioned the girl's name. So it would not have been looked the same in court, is what I'm trying to tell y'all. The threats that Holly, excuse me, I keep saying Holly, the threats that Romeca made to Holly on her phone, calling her grandmother, in her DMs, sending her pictures of her coochie and shit like that, was different than what Holly did. Through the courts of law, it is different. So to say that, one should wipe out the other one, just not true. They should just cross each other out. No, the threats that she made. You can't take threats lightly. I know a lot of people probably do because you're thinking, oh, they ain't gonna do nothing. They just talking or whatever. You can't take those threats lightly. And one or two threats might be something, right? Which is still against the law. But baby, that lady was threatening the dog shit out of her. A lot. A lot. She said, if you threaten someone, they are going to naturally go into protective mode. So if you see that person, you're going to be prepared to protect yourself. Exactly. And it wasn't just those were a lot of threats. Even when I read the threats off to Trey last night, he like, wow, wait a minute. Damn, that's a lot. Him never even hearing about the case and hearing all these threats that she did. And then somebody in my comments was like, well, what if Romeca Allen made the threats to Holly? All because they don't want to accept the fact that Romeca Meeks Blackman broke the law in more ways than one. Making threats is against the law. She had a restraining order to not do so. And to try to put it on another person by saying, what if it was Romeca Allen? You're really trying to take someone's responsibility or accountability away. I understand she's not here no more, but that was still in her corner. She did that. She did that. Just because she's deceased, nowhere in the golden book says that you're supposed to make a deceased person look perfect. It's nowhere in the book that said that you're not supposed to call a spade, even if the person is deceased. I don't understand why they're trying to paint a pretty picture of what really went on just because she is deceased. She said, I feel that N lady threatened you in what she says. Oh, you talking about that? Oh, yeah. Child. I know you talking about that lady is crazy. I think she needs some psych medicine, if you ask me. I'm serious. I think that lady literally was crying real damn tears over somebody that she don't even fucking know. And not only that, somebody that girl, anyway, I ain't got time for her, child. She better not ever, let me just be quiet. She said there was enough proof for the judge to sign off on. The judge signed off You know, and somebody was like, "Oh, the judge didn't see the threats." The judge did see the threats. Let me tell you how it happens. Do you know that each judge has a I don't know if you call it a secretary or assistant. Are you in here, Sean? What do y'all call them? Is it a clerk, a judge, clerk, secretary, assistant? I don't know what it is. But do you know they go over everything before it goes to the judge, and then they just give the judge the meat and the potatoes out of what it is? You know what I'm saying? Like they go over the case themselves. Oh, is it a paralegal? Maybe that's what it is. Shit, I didn't even know what it was. But they go over it, and then when they brief the judge, like we brief the general or our colonel, when we brief the colonel, we don't read the whole thing, right? We only brief him of what the important things is of that particular memo or order or whatever it is that directives or whatever it is what we're giving the colonel, right? So the paralegal or the assistant, whatever y'all want to call them, the clerk of court, they prepare the judge and let the judge know exactly what it is they need to know. They don't need to know all the details, right? So with that restraining order, that paralegal or the clerk of court or whoever it is has already summarized to the judge what's going on. That judge knew that there was life threat. She was making life threatening threats and stuff like that or whatever before she ever signed off on that restraining order. Now, like I said before, Romeca had an opportunity to go to court and fight the restraining order. She did not, which still does not uh, discount her from having a restraining order. She still had a restraining order no matter what. So when I looked at the restraining order and all the threats that was made to get the restraining order, including uh she got a restraining order and including her past behavior, right? And the fact that she pulled up when I saw the cars, that she pulled up on them. They didn't flag her down, no matter how much people want to make you believe that. They didn't flag her down. They didn't invite her over. They didn't lure her there, right? She popped up, she pulled up, and she jumped out her car and she violated a lawful order to stay away. And she approached them, apparently approached Holly. She violated an order, and then things escalated. It escalated. Okay. That's what happened. She started battering her. They were arguing, and it escalated to battering. Battering is she put hands on Holly. It didn't say Holly was battering her, it says she was battering Holly. That's what the paperwork says. That's what the paperwork says. And then right up under it, it says, this report is verified. Why? Well, because we saw everything on camera. That's what the hell it say. Because we saw everything was captured on police camera. We verified the report because everything was captured on camera. That's what it says. That's what the paperwork says. It don't say witness number one was right, but witness number two was wrong. No, it says from the witness accounts, this was verified because everything was captured on police cam, the pod. Even though some content creators went to that spot on camera and told everybody there was no camera. Well, it was. It very much was. And this person that actually went out to the site, she from Chicago, and she claims she got a criminal justice degree. So maybe she just needs some to renew her goddamn what you call it, her prescription, her eyeglass prescription or something, because she missed it. There is a camera, and the camera captured everything. So the stories, people pulling out their ass and making up and saying this happened and that happened and that happened, the police know what happened. The police knows what happened. And that's all we have to go by. The police knows what happened. So people can stop with making up stories. Stop it. Stop it. The police knows what happened at this point. In my opinion, if you're going to argue something, argue the law. Argue what the law say. Because coming up saying, oh, they was trying to kidnap her. Oh, they put her here. Oh, they drug her to the car. Or oh, they, they just flicked her shirt. Come on, just stop. The police already know what happened. Stop beating the dead bush on that one. At this point, do you think it was justified or not? Do you think it was justified or not? And guess what? Everybody don't even have to agree. Everybody don't even have to agree. But I just feel in my heart's a heart that the people that's hollering justice for Romeca is bullshit. Because if it was true justice for Romeca, they would be asking for the tape. They would be asking for the recording. They wouldn't be seeking emotional justification, trying to make everybody under the sun see it their way. Trying to come up with these conspiracy theories and shit like that. You wouldn't even be doing that. You're misleading the people. Speak on the facts. Speak on the facts. There was a restraining order. That's a fact. She pulled up on them. That's a fact. She broke a law. That's a fact. She put hands on Holly. That's a fact. Carlos was trying to restrain her. That's a fact. She got away. That's a fact. And she was shot. That's a fact. That's it. That's it. That's it. I even heard a content creator say after the shooting, her and Carlos picked her up and moved her to another location. Yes, I did. I heard it. I heard a content creator. Raise your hand if you heard that same bullshit. Raise your hand if you heard that same bullshit, that after the shooting, they picked her up and moved her to another spot. Am I the only one heard that? Strawberry Shortcake, you heard it. Did anybody else hear it? Lisa, you heard it. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Because, baby, a whole content creator said that. Now, I'm going to entertain you, Lena. Normally, I would try not to entertain people that come in here with the foolishness, but you want to be entertained, so I'm about to entertain your ass. Lena came in here because she is emotional. She wanted emotional justification. She came over with her illiterate ass and said, you an evil, money-hungry bitch. Okay? She don't know how to spell because, write, should I say, because it should be you are. But you can tell where they from when they come with this foolishness. You an evil, money-hungry bitch. You only care about the money. You don't have facts. Your supporters go to hell licking your balls nuts, you evil demon. This is the illiteracy that we have to deal with right here. Y'all see this? This is the illiteracy that we have to deal with. The 9 writing mofos that come over here with the bullshit, all because they're in their damn feelings. Okay? The only thing that I've spoke over here is facts. Just the facts. Tell me one thing that I did not speak on that I spoke on that wasn't a fact. Somebody, anybody. Tell me so I can read it off. What have I said that was not a fact? Huh? What have I said? Anybody? Come on, Lena Johnson. Anybody? Anybody? Huh? I ain't made up no outlandish ass lies. I'm not talking about they looks like some people are. I don't care what type of clothes they had on because it's minute. I don't care if they was tacky because it don't matter. I'm not saying anything that don't have nothing to do with the price of tea in China. So nobody in the audience can say anything that I said that was not a fact. Exactly. So Lena Johnson, go to hell. Go straight to hell. Don't stop. Just go straight to hell. Okay? All right? All right. You just go straight to hell. So anyway, she said Amora has only spoken on facts. Exactly. I'm only speaking on things that can be verified. That can be verified. Okay? But saying moving the body and all that shit, why am I gonna pull some shit out my ass like that? Why am I gonna pull that out my ass to sell it to my audience? To lie to them? Why am I gonna do that? I'm not gonna lie to my audience. She said, I also heard Keys say that Carlos probably held Holly arm and held her and helped her aim the weapon. See, that's outlandish. That's outlandish. That's outlandish. She said, facts is what can be proven. Exactly. If Holly unalive Romeca was justified, I wonder why the case is still open. Well, let's twist it around, April. Let's twist it around. If Holly committed a cold-blooded murder, why she ain't charged with not shit? Answer that one for me, boo-boo, boo-boo kitty. Come on, April. Why she ain't arrested and charged with shit? If it's the other way around. It's the case is still open because they still investigating it. But why she ain't been arrested? Or not even just arrested, but charged with anything. She ain't been charged with nothing. 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 She said, these trolls over here bother for real. Girl, they are. Did you see the one that just called me a money-hungry bitch? I guess everybody else that blog, they don't want to get paid for they blogging. They just doing this shit for free. You know what I mean? I am a blogger, baby. I am a blogger. Been doing it for almost 3 years now. I am a blogger. Of course I get paid. But for this idiot to come over here and tell me I'm a money hungry bitch, she just in my comments and don't like what I'm saying. Why? Because it doesn't feed her emotions. It doesn't feed her emotions. Some of these people just want you to sing their tune, and I'm not going to do it. Didn't she tell the people not to watch you? She showed it. And my thing is, I'm not gonna tell nobody not to watch anybody. I just say fact check them. Fact check and fact check me. Fact check me. But I'm not the one out here pulling out shit out my ass and just, oh, they picked up the body and moved the body and put the body here and they waved her down and flagged her down in the street and they knew she was coming. So they set up and staged the whole scene. I'm not telling y'all stupid ass shit like that. I don't want to mislead my supporters. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Theory was they picked Romeca pocket and stole her phone. Okay. Well, if they did, guess who got it? The police. Because the whole incident was captured on police cam. Okay. It's all captured on police cam. She said, you are an analyst blogger and you are great at it. That's why they come over here. Exactly. And then they get mad because I'm not saying what they want to say. But if I was saying what they want to say, boy, they'll put me up on a pedestal. But I don't need to be put up on no pedestal. I don't need that. So I'm gonna say what I understand to be true. At the end of the day, the police has the damn video footage. So whatever happened that day, oh, she was shot in the face while he was holding her. Guess what? If that's the case, they're gonna charge both of them with murder. If he was holding her and Holly shot her in the face, both of them gonna be charged with murder. Whatever happened is on the tape. I'm not about to make up no story. It's on the tape, and I'm actually kind of glad that it's on the tape. Why do I say that? Because if it wasn't, then they would have to rely on some witnesses' statements, right? But the police know whether the witness was reliable or not. The police know if the witness made up some lies or not. It was on the tape, honey. And guess what? The tape is the best witness. The tape is going to be the number one witness. They're going to put that tape before anybody. Anybody. So at this point, I don't even give a damn who was there and said what. It was on tape. It was on tape, the whole thing. It was on tape, the whole thing. So it don't matter what witness number 1 said, witness number 2. If it was witness number 5, it don't matter. The tape is witness number 1. They have to understand some people have a mind of their own and not easily manipulated. And that is me. And you know what, sweetheart? A lot of people are easily manipulated. A lot of people are. But yeah, no. Mm-mm. So she said, I know you don't believe a man can manipulate a woman to do what Holly did, but yes, it happens all the time. That man do get mad when a woman decides to walk away. I don't even know what you're trying to say, Toyota. So you saying, are you trying to say that Carlos manipulated Holly to do what she did? I don't agree with you. And I don't, first of all, the reason why I don't agree with you, because I do not in my hearts of hearts believe that this was premeditated. I do not. And if you saying that, baby, say that on your own panel, honey. You can say that on your own panel, but I do not believe that's what happened at all. It wasn't no premeditated. You don't have your 6-month-old child with you, putting your shit in the car, and somebody that you got a restraining order against pulls up on you, and now all of a sudden it was pre-fucking meditated. No, she didn't know that girl was gonna come up. If she would have pulled up on them, then I would go with your theory. But your theory makes no sense because Miss Romeca was not invited. She was not invited. So it was not premeditated. So y'all can kill the noise on that. For real. You sound really crazy saying it, to be honest with you. If she pulled up on them, if Holly pulled up on them, then I would go with something like that. All she knew what she was doing. She pulled up and she started the shit. But no, how is it gonna be premeditated when that lady pulled up on her? It makes no sense. You gotta start using your brain. And then you get mad when I call y'all stupid or illiterate, but then you come over here with the stupid or illiterate shit. Makes sense. Romeca pulled up on them. How can it be premeditated? That doesn't make any sense. So cut it out. Cut it out. She said they can't even use any of the witnesses' accounts because they have been panel jumping. If they were credible, they would have been put on a gag order. Exactly. The damn and I believe the reason why the detective didn't tell them they need to shut the fuck up or whatever is because they had the tape. They were like, I already know what happened. I don't need you. I believe that if it was going to go to court, they would have told, and if they were going to use these witnesses, they would have told them not to say nothing, in my opinion. Every Romeca supporter is being manipulated. If it's ever a zombie apocalypse, I pray to God I don't go in the same direction as Romeca supporters. But guess what? I done seen this shit before, baby. You hear me, Justin? I done seen it before, baby. Oh, Justin, I just realized who you are. Hey, I think you the same one. Maybe you might not be the same one. Are you the Cora guy? I don't know. You might not be the same one. I don't know, but you look like it, kinda. The whole family is known for pulling up and kicking in doors. The cousin posted a video about it. Damn, pulling up and kicking in doors. God damn, that ain't good. But I don't know that to be a fact. So you know what I'm saying. Premeditated means done or planned deliberately and in advance. Exactly. For the people that think that this was planned in advance, I'm gonna need y'all to like, oh my Jesus. Oh my God. I just don't get it. I don't understand why y'all can really, really feel that way. Like for real. I noticed that all of Robert's supporters are now Romeca supporters. You want to know why? Because I'm speaking on the case and they can't stand me. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, but you right though. They doing it because they wasn't even studying the story at first until I started speaking about it. Now all of a sudden it's me against them again. Man, they ain't gonna never shake me loose. Shake me the fuck loose. Shake me loose. Shake me loose. I'm beginning to think they like me though. I'm beginning to think they just want to hear my voice. They just want to hear my voice, baby. Lord, shake me loose. Shake me loose. Shake me loose. Shake me loose. She said, when you are known to so-called get upset about everything and say everything that's on your mind, then yes, people can predict your next move and use it against you. That's what happened. It was planned. You really think it was planned, Toya? Do you really think it was planned? Okay. Here come a little true supporter. Here you go. You don't have a clue what you are talking about, and you don't want to accept the fact that Holly is going to jail. She got federal and state charges coming. Okay, Barbara Weaver. All right, Barbara Weaver. Okay, girl. All right, girl. You want a cookie? Do you want a cookie? You want a lemon or a chocolate cookie? Which one you want, girl? Barbara Weaver. Girl, you want a cookie? Do you want a cookie, Barbara? Barbara. 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 You want a cookie, girl? It's one of Robert's supporters, girl. Shake me loose. Shake me loose, Barbara. Shake me loose. I know y'all like me, though. I ain't even mad at you. I would like me too. You know what I'm saying? You don't have a clue what you talking about. And you do, Barbara. And you know Barbara, girl. You know, don't you? Tell me, when she gonna get them federal and state charges? When she gonna get them, Barbara? When, Barbara? Tell me in the comments. When she gonna get the damn charges, huh? She said not all the true supporters are Romeca fans, which is shocking to me. Oh, not all of them are? Listen, when she gonna get the charges, Barbara? Don't block Barbara. Don't block Barbara. Barbara know not what she talking about. Barbara, when she gonna get the federal and the state charges? When she gonna, and what she gonna get federal for? What she do federally? Barbara. Barbara. How Barbara gonna come on here and say something, then she don't want to say nothing to me no more? Ah, these people, I tell you. Tell you. Somebody said, Barbara, take your fake holy ass somewhere. OMG. She said, Barbara is irritating. Barbara always popping up somewhere, ain't she? Anyway, she said, for supporters you lost, you probably gained more because you do speak facts. Yes, thank you, Rayshawn. I'd have. To be honest with you, for the supporters that I lost, I don't even feel it. Like, my count still went up, and it is what it is. I'm not worried about it. But, if I lost them because, because, our opinion's different, then all I can say is farewell. You know what I'm saying? Farewell. If you feel some type of way of me speaking how I feel, then farewell, because I'm sure it's going to be more stories that I'm going to speak on that people are not going to agree with. And it's okay. It's absolutely okay. But I have noticed that I have more supporters. So thank y'all for the ones that's new. Thank you for my new supporters. I appreciate y'all. She said Carlos was mad for this girl moving on. Hold on. Moving on and spending the weekend with another man. Please stop, lady. I am not a fan. I have morals and would never do what Cardasia did for a man. Oh, girl. So Carlos was mad. You said Carlos was mad for Romeca moving on, but Romeca pulled up on Carlos. Okay. So please stop, lady. I am not a fan. So Carlos was mad, right? Tanya or Tayetta. Carlos was mad because she spent the weekend with another man, right? But Romeca pulled up on him and another woman spending the weekend with him. Does that make sense? But Carlos mad though. So why Carlos didn't pull up to her house with another man? Why did she pull up to Carlos' spot with another woman? Why did it flip then? Tell me, please. Let me understand your rationale. I'm here to listen, but you got to make it make sense. You got to make it make sense. So which one is it? Was Carlos mad that she moved on? She moved on, but she pulled up. Okay. What she pull up for? What was the reason why she pulled up? See, they come over here and say things like that, and then they don't know how to follow up with it because it's said out loud, and then they realize how dumb and stupid that they actually sound. You understand what I'm saying? So now she can't even say nothing else because I read it out loud, and she's like, oh shit, that shit don't make no sense to it. Oh, fuck, damn. I thought it made sense. When I typed it, it did, but it don't even make sense no more. So goddamn, let me just go on and dip up out of here with my church finger up in the air. See, she don't even want to say nothing else because she sees just how dumb it sounds. But then get mad at me because I call you dumb. You write something that sounds foolish, right? And then when I read it out loud to you, you like, oh, fuck, that do sound foolish, don't it? Oh, yeah, god damn. I ain't realize I sound that stupid shit. Damn, now I can't even say that. I'm embarrassed as fuck. Let me go change my name on my profile. Like, she can't say shit else. Can't say shit else. Because she sound dumb. She typed that shit. It came out, and then somebody else read it, and she like, oh, shit, I ain't mean to say it like that. What I meant to say was, what had happened was, girl, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Oh, wait a minute. Here she goes. She typed some more shit. Let's go. He didn't know where she lived, and none of us have proof she pulled up on. Lord Jesus. None of us have proof. She said, none of us have proof that she pulled up on him, as that is her child's school, and she was doing a U-turn. However, we do know she got KI'd. I'm not embarrassed. Okay, so she ain't pull up. So how the fuck did she get out the car? How she get out the car? So everybody that bust a U-turn, just get out their car. I want y'all to do that the next time y'all driving. I want you to bust a U-turn and get out. Who gets out after busting a U-turn? Who? Have you ever just got out your car after you bust a U-turn? Because if you have, I need to know why. Who bust a U-turn and end up on the outside of their car? We don't know that she pulled up, but she got out. Who does that? She bust a U-turn and got out the car. And oh my goodness, she just all of a sudden had a conversation with her baby daddy that she don't want to be with no more. That she left. Did he say, come here, baby mama? Huh? So, okay, let's go with your theory. She bust a U-turn. And when she was turning, the car threw her on the outside. So she got out, okay? She got out the damn car, and then the wind blew her over there by Holly, and they started having an argument. And then a little bird came and tapped on her shoulder and said, hit her, hit her. So she just hit her. Is that what happened? She bust a U-turn and flew out the window. We don't know who pulled up. She was just busting a U-turn, and she just ended up right there, and God told her to step out and say hello. Okay, girl, who next? I'm going to dissect all y'all weird ass claims. Give them here. Give them here. Who else got a conspiracy theory? Oh, let me see what April said. She still didn't have a right to unalive Romeca. Holly was the only threat. She was the one with a pistol. Well, obviously she wasn't a threat because Romeca didn't stop. She didn't stop. She kept going. So obviously that pistol was not a threat. It wasn't no threat. She didn't have to unalive Romeca. Romeca didn't have to get out of her car. Romeca didn't have to pull up on her. How about that? Because guess what? If Romeca wouldn't have never stopped, then guess what? It wouldn't have been no threat. It wouldn't have been no threat. It wouldn't have been no threat. Romeca stopped. She stopped, okay? When you showed the video of her ringing the doorbell was at his house, she showed the restaurant Sharks. Sharks is the same restaurant on the corner where she passed away. Oh, yeah, that's what I heard too. So, but she showed up at his house, but then the one that said that she busted a U-turn and flew out the window, didn't she say that Romeca had moved on and she was with a whole nother man and she wasn't sweating Carlos and Carlos was just sweating her? But she ended up where Carlos was. Oh, okay, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Okay. We don't know who pulled up. Okay, well, the cops do. It's on recording, baby. The cops know who pulled up. The cops know if she pulled up and flew out the window when she bust that U-turn, okay? The cops know. The police camera know how she got out that goddamn car. If the wind blew her out or if she just magically got out, they know, okay? The camera know. Stop playing. Amore with the shits tonight. Bring your ass over here. You will be. I am with the shits tonight because they want to. Hey, they want to come with the conspiracy theories. I am for it with the, with the weird shit. If they want to say the weird shit, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read the weird shit. Let's go. Hey, it's funny to me because we don't know for a fact if she pulled up. Okay. She was just busting a U-turn. It was her school, her son's school, and she was just busting a U-turn, and she just ended up right there. And they said, "Come here, come here. Let me talk to you for a minute. I just want to ask you a question. I just want to ask you a question." They just want to ask her a question, right? She said, "You can look at her car and see she pulled up. Hey, me and you can, but some of these people can't, honey. They just think she busted a U-turn and fell out, fell out the car. She's and just fell out the car. She fell out the car. Some of these people are just, they don't use it. And then they get mad when I say the elevator don't go all the way up. Don't be mad at me when I say your elevator don't go all the way up. Stop talking foolish." Holly was parked. Romeca was double parked in the street, but she didn't pull up. Didn't anybody graduate? Lola, no. They elevator don't go all the way up. They elevator don't go all the way up. She said, "Amora is with the shits tonight, but also put the truth with it. I'm done." Hey, self-love. Self-love. They the one is doing this bullshit. Okay? They doing it to themselves. Now they accuse me of doing it tomorrow. Watch. She just insulted us. Well, because you insulted yourself. For real. You got to think about it. You have to think. Like they so not want to say what really happened, right? We wasn't there, but we do know. We're not dumb, is what I'm trying to say. We have to use our common sense. And if you're not going to use your common sense, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you use your common sense. Not all their conspiracies are proven wrong. They want to say it don't matter. She didn't have to kill her. Yes, she did. Romeca had a death wish. Sorry. I'm not going to say that she had to unalive her, but what I am going to say is, in my opinion, and lined up with the law, she was protecting herself and her baby. So, so when you ask that question, did Holly have to kill her? My question will always be, did Romeca have to stop? So if Romeca wouldn't have stopped, we wouldn't even be at this day. So until they tell me why Romeca thought it was okay to jump out the car and break the law and attack somebody that she wasn't even supposed to be around, then I don't want to even talk about all that other stuff. Cause she broke the law. She was not supposed to be there. She checking for somebody that they claimed she didn't even want to be with no more. And then I heard somebody say she was in RN school. Hey, next week they're gonna be like she was running for the president. They want this girl to shine so bad. And I know me saying this make it sound like I don't want her to shine. No, it's not that I don't want her to shine. I just want to put the facts out there. She was not going to RN school. They want to make it seem like she was just idle ass citizen, and she was not. An idle citizen don't pull up on somebody and want to fight. That ain't idle. That ain't no idle motherfucking citizen. The fuck? It's not. It's not an idle citizen. Stop playing. She said, and Holly didn't kill her. Was Romeca going to fucking stop? And if she wasn't, she said, and if Holly didn't kill her, um, was Romeca going to fucking stop? Well, they said yesterday she probably wouldn't. I said that the day that she don't have to stop, she's sitting in the street. Yes, she didn't have to stop. She could have kept her ass going. She didn't want to be with him no way, so they say. She already had a man, so what she jump out for? What she jump out of the car for? She should have kept it going. If she was on her way to RN school, or she was about to be, and let me tell you something. I ain't gonna say. I was gonna say something and it's not true. I was gonna say no. I ain't gonna say it because it's not true. Cause some professional people do stupid shit too. So I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that. They said she was going to school. Then they said she was going to work. Either way, it didn't matter exactly. And then somebody said she had her work clothes on. Okay, and she started some shit on her way to work. If she had her work clothes on, I don't know where she was on her way to school at. I don't even see how it was important, right? Wherever she was on her way to, she did a detour. She stopped when she shouldn't have. She stopped when she shouldn't have. She said, yeah, her family lied. No RN in training act like that. She act like She have nothing to lose. You know, I was gonna say something similar to that, but then I changed my mind because professional people do make bad decisions. You know what I'm saying? So I can't. That's why I didn't say that. I was gonna say something similar, but then I don't want to sound like the people that's coming over in my comments. So, you know, I digressed and said I ain't gonna say that because professional people do make bad decisions. You know. If Romeca was truly moving on from Carlos, she would have been leveling up and leaving him in the wind. The best get back is leveling up. It is. It absolutely is. That's why they can't sell me with that. She didn't care nothing about him. Carlos was jealous of her and this, that, and the other. Well, if Carlos was jealous, guess what? He wasn't jealous that day. He wasn't jealous that day. He spent a weekend with somebody else. He had a whole nother poutine that he was in. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't jealous that day. Now, if you want to say he was jealous the day before, okay, but he wasn't jealous that day. He already had a whole nother boo that he was with. He wasn't jealous that he was not checking for Romeca that day. Romeca was checking for him. Romeca was checking for him. Period. I had my police uniform on when I was 25 and went to somebody's house when I shouldn't have. Thank God I used wisdom. Anyway, what the fuck her clothes got to do with it? It ain't got shit to do with anything. Her clothes ain't got shit to do with nothing. She said, "Scary people make bad decisions." Well, then, what were you trying to say that she was scary? Are you trying to say Romeca was scary when she got in that car? Because you said scary people make bad decisions. Are you trying to say her decision wasn't a bad one? It damn sure wasn't a good one. She said, and he was just with Romeca the week before. What's your point? My point is, he wasn't with her that day. He wasn't with her that day. She pulled up that day. That's my point. Did you not understand that? Did you not understand that? Even if he was with Romeca last week, it wasn't her weekend. So why she stop? So why she stop? Young Fung. Young Fung, what she stopped for? So that's my point. My point was he didn't call for her that day. So what she stopped for? Huh? What she stopped for? He didn't call for her. It wasn't her time. So what's your point? If he slept with Romeca the week before, what's your point? It wasn't her weekend. It wasn't her weekend. So what's your point? She still stopped no matter what when she wasn't supposed to. In my profession, I am required to follow all state and federal laws, or I can be stripped of my credentials. Yeah, most people should follow the law, but some of them don't. A lot of people don't. I bet when these police saw her phone and saw what she said, I know they were like, "Damn, one lost soul." And then they get mad at us because we just call a spade over here. They want us to be emotionally distraught like them. We're not emotionally distraught. We just looking at it for what it is. Drew said, "I really like your content. It's about facts and the law." Exactly. That's all, Drew. And thank you for being here. That's all it's about. It ain't about all this other fluff or conspiracy theories and all this bullshit. It's not about that. It's not about who looked better. It's not about, none of that bullshit. Her hair was better. Her lips was better. Her body was better. It ain't about none of that. What she wore, if she wear name brand clothes or not, it ain't about none of that. It was about Romeca made a bad decision that morning, and she pulled up on two people that was not checking for her that morning. Now, whether they was checking for her yesterday, the day before that, that was that day. But the day that they pulled up on her that day, they were not checking for her. She was checking for them, and she broke the law. That's what happened. That's what happened. How was he with Romeca when he don't have her phone number or address? Stop lying, child. They probably saying stuff like that because they probably think Holly is listening, and if they still together, which I don't care, know or care. They like to put stuff in the atmosphere. A lot of these people love division. You have to understand that they love division. They would love to see, them break up and the kids not like each other or whatever the case may be. I seen somebody said that Carlos shouldn't even be around his son. So he should stay around the family that love kicking doors in. Oh, okay. Make that make any goddamn sense? The fuck? Shit. Hell, I pray for the son, honey. He probably need a whole nother family. You know what I mean? But anyway, child, stop. Dakota is What do you say? Oh, okay. She said Holly stood on business. Period. She said I'm not a fighter. Neither am I a killer. I'm going to protect myself. Okay, Octavia. But the fact that you said that, Octavia, they'll probably say you a killer, honey. They tell me just because I said Holly had the right to defend herself and her baby, honey. They said God, Jehovah gonna get me, honey. I was told Jehovah gonna deal with me. Well, hell, he gonna deal with me and you. So I ain't mad. I ain't mad at Jehovah. I ain't scared of Jehovah. I mean, I am. I'm scared of him like how I supposed to be scared of him. I wouldn't tempt him or anything like that. But Jehovah gonna deal with me just like he gonna deal with your delusions. Jehovah gonna be like, I gave you a brain and you ain't use it. Come here, let me knock you upside your head. So basically, just don't say nothing against Holly. It's no longer your opinion. You got to be called out of your name. I'm here to see what can I see what you see. All this name calling is childish. I only call people name that talk foolish over here. If you don't talk foolish, you're not gonna get called a name. And not just a little foolish. I'm talking about the outlandish foolish shit. You know what I'm saying? So if you come over here and say something outlandish, yeah, I may call you a name. But if you don't like it, April, you don't have to be over here, boo boo. You know what I mean? It's a whole lot of people blogging on this. It's some people over there that's emotionally justifying this shit. It's a whole lot of them. They'll tell you that her head, I mean, he was holding her head and they moved the body afterwards, and you might hear somebody say they tried to put the body in the car and drive off with the baby and everything. Yeah, you got some people that's gonna speak your language, but I'm not gonna speak your language. I'm not gonna speak shit that you don't want to hear. I'm not saying how I'm not lifting Holly up like she's some type of prom queen or whatever. But you guys wanna try to do that to Romeca, and it's just not true. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. If everybody feel like she was scary, that's why they bullied her. But when the person that's getting bullied retaliate, it's a problem. My mom always said a scared person is a dangerous person. Trey just said that last night. Trey just said that last night. If you back a scared person into a corner, they gonna come out scratching. So you do the math. You do the math. You know. So it is what it is. But I'm just not one of those channels that's gonna just sit here. She said, very childish, laughing about a murder. None of this is funny, and your behavior is demonic, and your thought process is demonic. I can laugh about anything I want to, but I'm not laughing about a murder. You just want me to be emotionally distraught the way you are, and I'm not. Nobody told Romeca to break the law. Just because you want to sit here and act like she didn't break the law, that's on you. That's not on me. And if I'm very childish and demonic, why are you listening to me? My demonic spirit's gonna jump on off of you. Why don't you leave, China, Mom, Mab, whatever your name is? You just want me to think like you, and I'm not. And that's what y'all mad at. April, come on now. You're commenting on someone that speaks facts. Stop trying to play victim when all get called out. The fuck? Exactly. Tell them, y'all. Y'all better tell them. Projecting Peacock said, China, you are demonic with such a statement and is. She said, damn, we got China in the house. Listen, they want me to feel like they do. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of weird ass people that's doing hashtag team Romeca, but I mean not team, excuse me, justice for Romeca, but not none of them asking to see the tape. Now that's diabolical to me. Because why you guys are not asking to see the tape? That's what I do not understand. Why you are not asking to see the tape? They don't want to see the tape. They're afraid of what may be on that tape. That's what's wrong with them. They literally are afraid of what they may see. They don't want to see the tape. They just want to keep on spreading conspiracy theories to their supporters, manipulating them and lying to them. That's what they want. This is what happened, and that's what happened. No, guess what? The police know what happened. They know what happened. She said, we love her more just the way she is. She's a badass blogger, period, Pooh. And is, thank you. I am not going to appease to everybody, and I'm okay with that. But this story right here reminds me just oh my God, it reminds me of the LaTrue story where the writing was on the wall and they still said it wasn't writing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot reason with people like that. And I'm understanding with this story right here, when it comes down to Romeca, they just don't want to accept the facts that Romeca made a bad decision. Everybody want to be justice for Romeca, justice for Romeca. Hell, I was justice for Romeca too when I first found out, until I started doing my damn homework. And when I start doing my homework, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. People put some lies out here. And I'm not the type of person that's just going to keep on listening to lies. No. When I found out what was going on, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. They said the girl was in a headlock. They said that the boy held her head and the woman came up and shot her in the head. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why she ain't in jail then? Then I start peeling back the onion and I'm like, oh, okay. So, okay, I see what it is. See, you know, when you don't do research on your own, you will fall for what all these people out here is telling you. You will just sit here and believe it. But when you start doing the research on your own, then you realize that what's been put out here is just not true. Why you think the big bloggers are not blogging about this no more? Because they already know what it is. See, I'm not considered a big blogger. I'm still a baby blogger. So stories like this help me grow. But the big bloggers are not even touching this. And the reason why they're not even touching it, because they already know what it is. They didn't think this already. They already know what this is. Now, some big bloggers touched it in the beginning, and then they did a follow-up video and said, okay, well, this is the reason why she's not locked up. And then they moved on. They moved on. They ain't even doing this no more. They're not even touching on it no more. Thank you, Dry Bob. She said they big bothered her more. I know they are. Yeah, I seen one of them say, oh, we got to get her channel taken down. She talking too much over there. Well, good luck. It won't be the first time somebody tried. Talking about this ain't funny. I can laugh at all I want to. If you don't like me laughing, stage left. Forward march. She said the big bloggers know it's a dead end. Exactly, Nelly. You are absolutely right. They know it's a dead end. This story is not. Listen, I am a smaller blogger. Y'all know that. I only got 15,000 followers. I'm still trying to grow. So stories like this help me grow, right? I can get the little small stories or whatever, right? This is a small story. People may think this is a big thing. This ain't nothing big. You don't see no news people talking about this shit. No, the story I did earlier is bigger than this. The story I did earlier that I probably won't even get a whole lot of views on is bigger than this story. The news people is carrying that story. The news people are not even carrying this story. This story is for little bloggers that's trying to grow their page. I am a little blogger. I'm trying to grow my page. And just because I don't take the stance as all them other ones, they want to be mad at me. Well, stay mad. Stay mad. I don't care. But the big bloggers already know what it is. They seen this and they done moved on to something different because they already know what it is. And when some come out, right? When something come out and they say whether or not it's going to be a justified homicide or murder to, murder to or manslaughter charge or whatever the case may be, then you might see a big blogger do a video on it. But they're not about to be doing this. They're not about to be going, they're not getting emotionally involved in all this shit or whatever. They're not going to do that. And I'm doing it because I was like, I see all these people over here carrying the lie that was originally put out, right? And that is she was in a headlock when she was shot and all this stuff or whatever. They carrying a lie. And they villainizing Holly as if she's this cold-blooded murderer that needs to burn in hell. I said, no, y'all got to put the facts out here. Y'all got to put the truth out here. Stop this. And that's why I chose, after somebody asked me to, I chose to step up and speak on it. And then I was going to speak on it one time and let it go. But then I was like, no, I do have a loud voice and I'm going to speak on it. And that's what I'm doing. And people mad and in their feelings, they'll be all right. If they were so dead set on she's really going to jail, they wouldn't even be over here in my comments fussing and fighting with me. They'll just be like, okay, all right. And they just sit back and be like, all right, we're going to prove you wrong. They wouldn't be over here with this bullshit. They know They know that the only thing they looking for is somebody to be as emotional with them as they are with them damn selves. They want me to feel the way they feel. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Hey, Ashley, baby. People still saying Carlos had Romeca in the headlock. I'm wondering, see that video in the headlock. Yeah, they still saying it, child. They still also saying that Holly and Romeca picked up the body and moved it, and that's how she got blood on her pants, child. Oh Lord. Child, sometimes you gotta let them say whatever. She said, I saw this lady who worked for Court TV change her tune immediately. She pretty much said what what was in that report and apologized for speaking before facts. Ooh, see? Because they didn't seen this type of stuff before. She said, when I was over my son's father, I was friendly with all of his women. So they would treat my son good. When I was infatuated with him, I didn't go after the woman. I went after him. That's what I'm saying. And they were like, oh, she went under, she stopped so she could speak to her baby daddy. And Holly intervened, like, okay, well, let's see if it's on tape, because that's not what it say. That's not what it says on the report. The report said they start arguing and Romeca start battering Holly. That's what the report say. That's what. If y'all want me to show y'all the report again, I'll put it up. Y'all let me know, because that's what the report say. The report says black men start battering Holly Johnson. That's what the report say. So you can flip it, twist it, rub it down. That's what the report say. So that's what happened. And they said it was verified by camera. So that's what I'm sticking with. That's what I'm sticking with. That's what the reports say, and that's what I'm sticking with. I'm not about to be making up those shit. She said, we're going to pray for the two-faced ass sister. Let me stop. Who is the two-faced ass sisters? Oh. Tisha, behave, girl. It just dawned on me. Girl, you funny. Listen, it is what it is, but no, seriously. I'm glad the report came out. I am glad the report came out. And the reason being is because I'm glad to know that it was caught on tape. So everything the cop needs to know is on tape. They ain't got to pick one witness statement over the other. It was all caught on tape. She said, Amor, and we are going to stick beside you. Thank you, Queen T. Thank you. And you know, if a person have a difference of opinion or whatever, and if it was valid, I would listen. If it was valid, but if it's ridiculous, nah, I just can't do that. Oh, it was premeditated. How in the hell is premeditated when she pulled up? Those are the things that I can't get with. I can't get with the off the wall shit. I just can't. I can't get with the off the wall. But if it was something within reason, then I would get that. Now let me tell y'all something. Let's go back a little bit. And I don't know if Q was in the comments. Q, are you in the comments? Let me know if you can hear me. Q said something before. He said, and let me make sure I'm saying it right. He said something about that Romeca was going for Holly's car door. Do y'all remember that? He said um she was going for Holly's car door. That's what Q said. That he said it was in the tape. Do anybody remember Q saying that? Okay, I see a couple of yes. So my thing is, I'm sitting up here. I played that in my head yesterday, right? And I was like, if she was going for the car door, because she did get dropped by the car. Let's pull that picture up again. Where is that photo? Hold on. I'm looking for the one where, is this it? Let me see. No, that's not it. Hold on, let me pull up another one. I don't want that one. Let me pull up the one. Is this it? I wanted one closer, but this one be fine. So she's really close to the car. Okay. So I'm sitting up here trying to figure out because Anne she had to be dropped by the car because blood was on the car. In the report, it says blood was on the car. So if she was coming up to the car and she had maybe possibly pulled, touched the handle or whatever the case may be, then it can be easily or reasonably to believe that she was after the baby. Now, I don't want to do no conspiracy theory or anything like this. So let me just caveat and say this is just a thought. This is just a thought. Could that look like she was after the baby? Because I would think if that's true. Now, again, I'm going by whatever's on the camera. Whatever's on the camera, that's what I'm going by. Whatever's on the tape. But just listening to what Q said before that she was going after the handle, if that's the case, I wonder would that make people change the way they look at it? Because if a person is going after your baby, then would you still, for the ones that saying that they wouldn't unalive somebody, if somebody is going after your car door to get to your baby, would that change the way you look at things? She said, but blood was on Carlos and Holly hands also. And that's why I said that they were closer. They were closer because the blood splattered on them as well. The blood splattered on them as well. Now, when you hit a certain artery or a certain portion of the body, when it bleeds, it squirts. Like when it's hit, it squirts. So the blood on them, in my opinion, could have been just from squirts. It just squirted out or whatever, you know? Because what would be the reason for them to move the body? And do you know if somebody moved the body, forensics would be able to tell that? Do you know? And let's talk about that, right? If they in fact moved the body, because I do know some people think that the body was moved. Do you know that it would not just be a blood stain right there? Do you know that it would be wherever she was dropped, there would be blood all over the place? It would be drugged or driplets all over the place. Do you know they would know that? They would literally really know that. Forensics would know that. Now I don't think that they was close, like arm reach close, but I do believe that they were. I don't believe when because on the autopsy report said that it wasn't close range, right? It don't say a far distance away. It just says it was not close range. No, let me pull it back up and make sure it doesn't say it wasn't. Hold on. Let me pull it back up because I don't know if it said it wasn't close range or it just was not. There were no traces of soot. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm saying it right because I don't want to like just be putting words out there. All right. It says there's no evidence. Okay, so it talked about the gunshot wound, and then it says the entry wound defects is located there, inches below. Okay, it says the surrounding skin shows no evidence of soot disposition or gunshot powder stipulings. There are adjacent lacerations on the right side of the wound. And then it says, let me go down. There is no associate hemorrhages or the cervical spine cord at the level. And so basically, it's saying that there is no evidence of soot disposition or gunpowder stipulings. So that means that it wasn't up close, but it doesn't say it's far range. It just says up close because when I looked, it says when I looked, it said up close would be considered, and then this is just Chat GPT. Up close would be considered within 3 feet. So it's beyond 3 feet away. But you got to understand that's not a far distance. 3 feet is not a far distance. Okay. She said Carlos was putting blood on witnesses too, but not deliberately. You got to understand, I saw that. We all saw that with our own eyes. He was telling them to back up. He wasn't deliberately putting blood on them. He was telling them to back up. I'm pretty sure you saw that with your eyes. He was literally telling them to back up. If you thought that he was deliberately putting blood on them, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you. So anyway, but so back to the question I asked. If oh hey Q, I got a question for you. So she said, read that part of the report. Read which part of the report? Where it said that there was no evidence of soot. Which part of the report you want me to read, Justin? They didn't move the body. Keys lied. They didn't, hold on, they didn't move the body. Keys lied. He lied about a few things, and I don't blame people because they trust him to produce the truth. Yeah, Keys did lie about some shit, a lot of shit. But they told me last night he's just an entertainment blogger. So I guess that's supposed to mean that y'all not supposed to believe the lies. I don't know. You said that Keys guy said on Q page that the gun shot was from a 12 o'clock position. That means the gun was pointing up. Where that say that at? That it was shot from a 12 o'clock position. Oh yeah, it does say that. It says a gunshot wound of interest on the right side of the chin measures 1/4 and 1/4 inch, which is eccentric semicircular marginal abrasions measuring 1/8 inch in the 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock position. No, it's not saying it was shot at a 12 o'clock position. It's saying that the the abrasion is measuring 1 to 8 inches in the 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock position. That they're talking about the wound. They're not, this is not, let me put this up for y'all. This doesn't have anything to do with the bullet going in. This is the wound. Let me just put it up for y'all. Yeah, y'all, I took this from his page. He was hot yesterday, child. Why you took my stuff? Hey, that's what content creators do. I would have bought it myself, but you got it, so I don't need to. So this what it says. Y'all see it? Let me get my ruler, honey. I like getting my ruler, child. I like getting my ruler. Okay, so right here it says a gunshot wound of interest on the right side of the chin measures 1/4 to 1/4 inch with an eccentric semicircular marginal abrasion measuring 1/8 1 inch, 1/8 of an inch in the 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock position. That doesn't mean that's how the bullet went in. Is that what you're saying? You said so up and down. She said, the more I heard a content creator say that Holly shot her in the thigh and head, but I thought it was the chin. It is the chin. And let me say something else. Let me drink some water right quick. Hold on. All right, I heard somebody say it was the head first and then the thigh. Listen, it literally says that they do not know. I ain't gonna say they don't know, but it literally says on here that this is not in the number in the order in which it was shot. It literally say that, and then somebody come out their mouth and say that it was in the head, then the thigh. We don't know. We don't know if it entered the head, not the head. You got me saying the damn head. We don't know if it was in the chin the um or the leg first. We don't know. So we can't just say that because we don't know. But hold on a second. Mm. I am going to ask ChatGPT to, because I'm not familiar with this, so I'm going to ask them to analyze this for me and tell me what it means, because I don't know. All right. All right, here it goes. All right, this is what it says. It says this paper is describing two separate gunshot wounds found during the autopsy and giving forensics details about their direction, distance, and impact area. Gunshot wound number one, which is the one to the face, okay? It says the entry right side of the chin, smaller circular wound about 1/4 to about 1/4 inch. Okay. The path, the direction says it was slightly eccentric and downward angled, entering around the 1 to 2 o'clock position. I thought it said 12 to 6 o'clock position. Where does it say 1 to 2 at? Let me make sure I put the right thing in there. I don't see nothing to say no 1 to 2. Do you? I thought it said 12 to 6 o'clock. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see where it say 1. Do I got the right shit? Where does it say the 1 to 2 o'clock position at? Where did it say that at? I don't see that. Hold on, y'all. It's thinking. Let me just make sure it's giving me the right information. That's what you got to do on ChatGPT sometimes, because ChatGPT be sometimes giving you some bullshit. I just want to make sure. No, it says it's in the first paragraph. Where's the first paragraph? It says that's the text I referred to as the 1 to 2 o'clock. I don't see where it say 1 to 2 though. Do y'all? Hold on. I see 12. I see 12 o'clock. Hold on. To 6 o'clock. Hold on, y'all. Just want to make sure we're doing the right thing, because I don't want to like give y'all no bogusness. It says you're absolutely right. The document does say that. Okay, let me just tell them to redo the whole thing. All right, hold on, because I don't want no false information. Give me a sec. Can you redo? All right, hold on. All right, okay, that's better. All right, they got the right thing now. All right, so it says entry point right this right side of the chin, size 1/4 inch by 1/4, small, typical for a handgun entry wound. Vertical orientation, the abrasion ring, which is the scraped darker edge around the entry hole, runs from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock, meaning top to bottom. This describes how the bullet entered. The skin tears pattern shows the projectile struck at a slightly vertical angle, not perfectly horizontal. It says it does not mean the bullet traveled up or down through the body, only how the wound edge was shaped. The distance of the shot. The report explicitly says no evidence of soot disposition or gunpowder stipplings. Translation: there was no close range firing. That means the muzzle was not near the skin. The shot came from a moderate to distant range, usually more than 2 to 3 feet away, possibly several feet. The direction/trajectory. The continuation of the next page states that the hemorrhage wound path is through the skin, soft tissues. I don't know what that word is. I don't know what that word is either. Of the right side of the mouth, mangle. I don't know what all these words are. Let me get what the meaning mean. That means that the bullet entered the front of the face, right chin, and traveled straight backwards, fracturing the jawbone and passing into the neck spinal region. This confirms the shooter was in front of the victim, not behind. Depth and damage. The bullet damaged the jawbone, the neck muscle, and the right side of the cervical spine, suggesting the bullet penetrated deeply into the upper neck region. Fragments found. Bullet fragments were recovered from the mouth, right side of the neck, and cervical spine, meaning the bullet either broke apart on impact or struck a bone and fragment internally. Paternal potential or fatally potential, even though is not stated explicitly, a wound that travels front to back through the chin, the mouth, and the neck to the cervical spine is potentially fatal because it risks hitting the spinal cord, major blood vessel, or the airways. So it says the forensic summary: injury site, right side of the chin, shot from front, right side. Trajectory, front to back. Shooter faced the victim. Distance, no shooting, stifling, meaning fired from several feet away. Angle, slight vertical, 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Abrasion, bullet entered straight in, straight downwards. Internal path through the jaw, mouth, neck, and the spine. Deep penetrating shot. Fragments found, mouth, neck, cervical area. Bullet broke up internally. It says, so basically, according to the autopsy, the bullet entered the right side of the chin and traveled straight backwards through the mouth and neck, fracturing her jaw and hitting the area near the spine. The path was front to back, confirming she was facing the shooter. And since there was no soot or stipplings, this wasn't a close-up shot. It came from a distance of at least several feet away. Now that's that one. So let's go to the other one. That is the chin. So now let's go to the thigh. All right, let's see. It's thinking. All right, it's coming up. Okay, so now the thigh one, let me put it up. It says, no. Hold on, let me do it again because it's telling me that it is a thigh. Isn't it a thigh? Oh, it's not the thigh. Oh, that's not the thigh. Let me go get the one that say the thigh. I thought it was. Oh no, this is the same as the oh no, that's not the thigh. All right. This is the other one. The thigh one is, let me get it. I know I took a screenshot of it. Did I? Which one is the thigh? Is this it? Let's see. Yeah, okay, here's the thigh. All right, it says the injury location, front anterior of the left thigh, above mid-level, up the leg, 25.5 inches above the heel. The exit non-described fragments were found inside the leg, meaning the bullet did not exit but broke apart internally. Oh my God, the bullet didn't even, oh my God. Anyway, direction front to back. So the shooter was in front of her, not behind or beside. It's clear, it clearly says no evidence of shooting or stifling, meaning the shot was not fired at close range. The muzzle was several feet away, likely 2 to 3 feet or more. This matches the same direction pattern as the chin wound. Both were distant shot. Damage. The bullet traveled through the skin and soft tissue. Left femur, thigh bone. It fractured the bone, indicating strong kinetic force. Soft tissues at the back of the thigh where it stopped. Fragments found inside, deformed bullets, core and jacket, metal layers, a red synthetic material, possibly clothing fiber, meaning she was wearing something red or with red stitches that transferred into the wound. The trajectory analyst, it says since the injury was front and path was front to back, and she was hit in the left thigh, this suggests she was facing the shooter or angled slightly when the bullet entered. The path likely went straight through horizontally into her leg while she was upright or moving forward. The fractured femur shows a strong impact consistent with a direct line of sight shot, not a ricochet or glancing hit. Okay. So basically, uh, you know, it was a front shot and it said it was basically it didn't say it was, it just said it was likely while she was moving. Okay, while she was moving. So and now I'm about to ask this question. I'm gonna ask, does this distance indicate that this was not self-defense? Does the distance, hold on, does the distance apart indicate that this was not self-defense? I'm gonna say something else. Or does it indicate that the shooter was not being attacked? Well, we know she wasn't being attacked because they was not hand in hand, but we're gonna see what it says. It says, let's break this down forensically and legally. Based on the two wounds described, what the distance between the wounds tell us. The cheek neck wound and the thigh wounds are both front to back trajectories, both lacking soot or stipulins fired from beyond close range, likely several feet or more away, located on very different areas of the body. That means the shooter wasn't at point blank range or in a physical struggle when firing. The victim was facing the shooter both times. The shooter and victim were not immediately on top of each other. There was space between them. Distance alone does not automatically mean not self defense. It depends on what was happening in those few seconds. Now, the legal interpretation of distance in self-defense under most U.S. self-defense laws, including Illinois, where this occurred, a person can use deadly force if they reasonably believe that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm, even if the aggressor isn't armed. That belief can still exist at a distance if the aggressor is advancing or charging, has a known history of violence or threats, the defender is cornered, or there is a child present, limiting escape. So if the victim was running toward the shooter or had previously attacked her, especially especially after violating a restraining order, a few feet of space does not disqualify self-defense. When distance can undercut a self-defense claim, prosecutors usually argue against self defense if the wound suggests the shooter fired after the threat ended or the aggressor was retreating, falling, or no longer advancing. For an example, if the thigh wound came after the person was already falling or turning away, they'll argue the shooter continued firing unnecessarily. If witness or video show no immediate threat, i.e., aggressor wasn't charging or armed, that physical distance becomes stronger evidence against self defense. Forensic context here. From the autopsy, both shots were front to back. The victim faced the shooter both times. No close range marks, no hand to hand, but not necessarily far either. Could be anywhere from 4 to 8 feet. Two different levels, face and the thigh. Possibly two quick shots while the victim was upright and moving forward, not yet on the ground. That pattern could support self defense if the shooter perceived a charge or attacked and fired quickly to stop it. But it could undermine self defense if the victim was stationary or retreating when hit. So, bottom line summary. Does the distance automatically mean no self defense? No. Self defense can exist even at several foot distance. Does this lack of close range residue shows the shooter wasn't being attacked? Not necessarily. It only shows they were not in physical contact. A person can still be attacked from several feet away. What matters most legally? Whether the shooter reasonably believed she was in imminent danger or death or great bodily harm at the moment. That's what it says. That's what it says. That's what it says. That's what it says. So it is what it is, y'all. It is what it is. So it does not the distant part does not rule off self-defense. And you got to think about it. When we talk about distance, they was already close. They were already close, you know? So, and she dropped right by Holly's car. So that kind of concerned me a little bit. It does. I don't want to start doing no conspiracy theory, but it just concerns me. Where was Holly if she dropped that close, but it says uh, um it wasn't a close range shot. So where in the world was Holly if she dropped right there? You know? That concerns me a little. Like, where was Holly? And if she was there, what was she doing by that door? What was she doing by her car? So anyway, she said, I think Holly was in the doorway, meaning the door was open. I hope it wasn't. Hmm. I don't know. But yeah, that concerns me a little bit. That concerns me a little bit. Remember the witness said Carlos picked Romeca up. Yeah, and I don't know if I want to believe that. Do you know when you are, well, she wasn't deceased, she was still alive, but from what I heard, when you, well, she wasn't deceased, so I can't say that because I was gonna say a deceased body is heavy, right? Very, very heavy. So I don't know. Do y'all really think Carlos picked the her up? I mean, it would be on the camera. But if he picked, but how does he know he picked her up? Where is that footage that he picked her up? When he said he picked her up, was it on footage? You would think that he would have to have proved that, right? I don't think so. And I think if he did, they would know. You know how much blood that is? She said, I don't think he drugged her. I think when he picked her up, it may have moved her position. But do you if that's the case, if it moved her position, then it would be a pattern of blood that show that on the ground from moving from one position to another. You know what I'm saying? It just would. It just would be a lot of you would be able to see that. She was going near the car. That was enough to shoot. That baby was in there. Witness say she was at the curb. So wait a minute. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait on the tape. I don't want to start speculating like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna wait on the tape because we have been went around and around 5 times. You know what I mean? And I don't want to do that over here. I'm glad I ran across your channel because you are about the truth. Keys was lying so much. I stopped listening to him, and that mama girl was just all in her feelings, and they were making. I think you mean making stuff up. Yeah, they are definitely making stuff up. You know, I noticed that. I went over there and I actually kind of laughed at him. The one that he did today when because he add extra stuff, but But yeah, I'm glad you guys found my channel as well. I'm not going to, sugarcoat nothing over here. I'm really not on nobody's side, but I just didn't like the way they were trying to drag Holly and make Romeca situation look like she wasn't at fault for nothing. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna just jump on no bandwagon of a bunch of emotional beings that's trying to push a narrative. They are saying Holly was on the side of the front of the car because a shell casing was found on the windshield. They have a picture of the police taking it off the windshield. How do they know that the police was taking off a shell casing? Like, come on. That's kind of a little far-fetched. How the hell? And you know what? It would let me read this report because it would say, let me see, does it say what the shell casings are? Hold on. I don't know. That seems kind of far-fetched. Let me look. I know it said it was 3 shell casings. I heard somebody say the witness was telling the truth, y'all. She said it was 3 shots and it was 3 shots. That witness said like 5 or 6 shots. That witness said she emptied the clip. Remember? She said she emptied the clip. Let me see. Does it say? Mm, It just says approximately 3 shell casings were located on the scene and the suspended firearm used in the incident was recovered by the police. So it doesn't even say here where it was, but it says apparent blood was noted on the car parked on the residence. The police confirmed the report because the incident was captured on video by the pod camera. So and it said it was at his residence. So, you know how they were saying it was at the school? It's saying it was, I guess they calling his parking space the residence. Mm, I don't know if you could do that, but they doing it. They show doing it. It says that it was 3 casings were located on the scene and the suspended firearm used in the incident was recovered by police. Apparent blood was noted on the car parked at the residence. The police confirmed the report because the incident was captured on video by police pod camera. Mm. She said, well, the witness don't know them personally, so they probably believe they stayed together, but that's irrelevant. But this is not a witness statement. This is a police summary. So when Carlos was saying this is the third witness statement, this is not no witness statement. This is a police summary. It actually says it. I don't know why he said this was a witness statement. This is definitely not a witness statement. Let me put it up for y'all. When I heard him say that, I was like, why are you telling them this is a witness statement? This is not a witness statement. It's a summary of the police detective, but it is a combination of witness statements, but it is not a witness statement. This is not a witness statement. This is a summary from the police. She said, Amor, you need the full report like Keys. Probably a lot of paperwork he didn't show because he's on Romeca's side. I'm going to send off for it. I actually got somebody doing it for me, actually. They're getting it for me. They're getting it for me. They wrote off for it already, actually. The Latino witness said 3 shots and named where, but the me report said 2 shots, but she swore up and down 3 shots on Key's channel and he vouched for it, but switched it up yesterday. Yeah, well, first of all, there's no way that they would know exactly how many shots landed in her without doing a forensic report. So she kind of went out on a limb, in my opinion, saying that. You know what I'm saying? You can't really say where, because she was like, it was shot in the face or the chin, the leg, and where else she said it was? Oh, in the side. She didn't know that. I don't know what made her say that. He ain't gonna show the full report. He gonna show what he can make his audience believe. Yeah, listen, I'll get the whole thing and I'll let y'all know. I will get the full report and I will let y'all know. And I will read it from the front to back, whether it's criminate Holly or not. You know me, I don't care. I will get the whole thing. I'm not gonna do what he does. I ain't no on nobody team. I ain't no team nobody, but team right, team law, team logic. You know what I'm saying? That's what we are over here. We team logic, team law. Uh, I hate to be morbid, but go read a celebrity autopsy report, then you'll get the flow of things. Oh, what that mean? What you mean? I probably still wouldn't get the flow of things. There is going to come down forensics and the law. Too much hearsay. Yep, that's true. And that tape, baby. That tape. That is true, baby. Amore last night, Q said that Holly car was on Carlos' bumper. And he also said that she was standing toward the back of her car. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I would have to hear that again, but I think that's what he said. She said, you'll see this is just the very beginning. The me then goes on to analyze findings and make a final determination based on evidence. Oh, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm gonna get it because I did hear that there's several pages to an autopsy report. Matter of fact, let me find out how many. Hold on. I did hear that. And if he's not reading the whole thing, then he's hiding something, in my opinion. Okay, it says for an autopsy report for a homicide or gunshot, it is anywhere from 8 to 20 pages. Detailed wound description, toxicology, histology, diagram, and evidence log. So it is a lot. It is a lot. And it said in a high profile case, it'd be anywhere from 20 to 40 pages. God damn. 20 to 40 pages in a high profile case. But it says in a case like Romeca's, because there are multiple gunshot wounds, detailed trajectory, recovered bullet fragments, and evidence sent to the police, you would typically expect at least 8 to 15 for the written report, plus diagrams and evidence forms, totaling around 15 to 20 pages altogether. Ooh. So it's saying that hers can be anywhere from 15 to 20 pages. So 15 to 20, that's a lot. That's a lot. She said, beside the blood on the car, it's only in one spot on Holly and Carlos. It's hard to believe she wasn't shot from a close range. Yeah, but that's what it said, though. It says it on there. It says it on there. She said the family needs to stay away from Keys and get a real lawyer. They sure do. Hell, I thought they had a real lawyer because they damn sure gonna need one if they, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they will, but I would think they would. The Latino girl didn't see it all because when she went live, I guess somebody put my name in the comments. The Latino lady was actually on the bus. She didn't see this from the start to finish. Yeah, no, she didn't see it from the start to finish because she would have been able to say how Romeca got there, She pulled up, she jumped out the car, this, that, and the other. She would have been able to say that. She didn't see it from start to finish. She did not see it from start to finish. Finish. But yeah, I'm gonna get the full report, and when I get the full report, if I get the full report, if they send it. Now, somebody did send me something. Hold on, and this is what they said. I'm not gonna tell you who. I'm just gonna read what it says. Uh, okay. It says, so this person wrote to, they requested the records under FOIA, and then they received an email back. So let me see if I can read what it says without giving away who sent it to me. Let me see. Um, so this is a letter from the state's attorney office. I'm not gonna put it up. I'm just gonna read it because I don't want to reveal who gave this to me. And it says, I am responding to your request for documents under the Illinois Freedom of Information Act statutes that was received by the Cook County State Attorney Office on October the 29th, 2025 via email and the records portal for the following records. I am requesting any and all records, report, communication, charging memos, or correspondence related to the incident that occurred on or about September the 8th of 2025 in the 2200 block of South State Street, Chicago, Illinois, involving the death of Romeca Blackman. This request include any case summaries, charging decisions, or communication between the Cook County State Attorney Office and the Chicago Police Department regarding the incident. If the case remains under active investigation, please release all non-exempt records and identify the statutory exemptions applied to any withheld material pursuant to 5 ILCS 14071D. I'm requesting these materials under the Illinois Freedom of Information Act and reserve my rights to appeal any denial. Thank you. And then they left a name. And the response is, because they actually responded. And it says, all right, it says, for the reasons set forth above, the records you have requested are being denied pursuant to Section 71D1 of FOIA. Specifically, disclosure of records would interfere with pending or actually and reasonable contemplate law enforcement proceedings conducted by any law enforcement or correctional agency that is in the receipt of the request. Because your FOIA request has been denied, you have the rights to have a denial reviewed by the public access counselor at the Office of Illinois Attorney General, blah, 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 Springfield, blah, blah, blah. You have the right to seek judicial review of your denial by filing a lawsuit in Cook County Circuit Clerk. But then it also says, oh, baby, actually, that's just what it says. So basically, it's saying, hold on, let me read what it say. Hold on, let me open it up this way. I can't even see it that way. Hold on. So it says, it says this response is exactly what is expected in a case where the state attorney's office has not formally closed the case yet, but also has not decided to charge. And the wording gives us strong clues. Let's break it down. Key line from their response: court proceedings have yet to be finalized and would interfere with pending or reasonably contemplated law enforcement proceedings. This word means the case is not fully closed administratively. Wait a minute, administratively, and what? It cut off. Hold on. That one cut off. Okay, let me go to the next one. Hold on, let me just do it like this. Yours is too small. I'm gonna do my own. No offense, but it's just too small. My eyes ain't that great. So I'm gonna put this in ChatGPT and ask them what this means. All right, so it says this letter is the official response to the Freedom Information request filed on October 29th, seeking documents. The request asks for all records and blah, blah, blah. What the state's attorney officially said. The Cook County SAO through FOA denied the request. Here's the reason in detail. Case is still active or pending. The SAO explained that they cannot release any records while court proceedings or investigations are still ongoing. The state, after decisions with the SAO personnel, the SAO is unable to release any records as court proceedings have yet to be finalized. This means the case is either still under active review, awaiting a charging decision, or potentially before a grand jury. Releasing documents now could interfere with prosecution or defense strategy. Legal basis for denial: the denial cites specific sections of the Illinois Freedom of Information Act, and which allow withholding documents that would interfere with pending or actually and reasonably contemplate law enforcement proceedings. This is a standard exemption when a criminal case is open. They also reference a case precedence, and that's the case they did. That case supports the idea that ongoing investigations are exempt from FOA disclosure. Your rights after denial, then they list the rights, and then it said, what does mean in plain terms? The state attorney office has the material, but they won't release them yet because the case isn't closed or officially charged. Once the case concludes, either a decision not to charge or after prosecution ends, the same FOIA request could likely be approved. Their mentioning of an unnumbered deliberation and prosecution and defense counsel recommendation suggests this is still in legal review. possibly before a charging decision or grand jury. The key takeaway: the request was done on October 29th. Incident date was September 8th, requested by this person. Reason for denial: active or pending criminal proceedings, law cited, and rights to appeal. Uh, so basically, it says you have to wait until the case is officially closed, then resubmit the FOIA, or you can file a PAC review if you believe the denial is unjust. Let me ask you something. So, does this give any indication whether or not I'm just asking. Does it give any indication whether it will be closed or go to trial? It says the Cook County State Attorney Office didn't just say under investigation. They use very specific phrasing that give us clue about what is happening behind the scenes. Court proceedings have yet to be finalized. After discussion with SAO personnel, the SAO is unable to release any record as court proceedings have yet to be finalized. That wording tells us this is not just a police investigation. The SAO is referencing court proceedings, meaning the matter is already within the prosecutorial or judicial system, i.e., a grand jury, bond court, or pre-charge deliberation. If it were purely investigative, they would have said the case remains under investigation by law enforcement. This suggests prosecutors are actively reviewing or processing charges and have not reached a final decision or verdict yet. So this case is not closed, but it is not an open trial either. It's in the middle stages, possibly pre-trial or grand jury review, or waiting for charging approval. So, and it says interfere with pending or reasonable contemplated law enforcement proceedings. That phrase, direct quote, means the state attorney expect further legal actions. The FOA officers wouldn't use reasonable contemplated unless they believe prosecution or formal court action is still possible or upcoming. So this shows the case isn't over, it's pending or expected to move forward in some legal capacity. The SAO didn't say the case is closed or no further action is anticipated. When a case is closed, FOA response usually include language like, as the investigation is now closed, the request materials are being reviewed for release. You will notice none of that appears here. Instead, the denial hinges entirely on active proceedings and prosecution consideration. A strong sign is not over. What this realistically suggests, based on the tone and language, the Romeca Blackman case is still active within the Cook County SAO. The state attorney's office, that's the state attorney's office, is still deliberating, which could mean they are preparing to present this to the grand jury, or they are reviewing evidence for charging decisions, or the case has already been charged but not adjudicated, awaiting trial or plea. Either way, it has not been dismissed or closed. It has not reached trial or sentencing yet. So in summary, the court proceedings have yet to be finalized. The case is within the judicial pipeline, not closed. Interference with pending or reasonable contemplated law enforcement proceedings, meaning the prosecution expect continued or further actions. Unable to release any records indicate active review or prosecution standard before trial or indictment. Bottom line, this letter strongly suggests the case is still active and ongoing, likely under review or awaiting a decision about charges or a trial, but not yet concluded or dismissed. If it were closed, the response would have invited partial release of the record. It did not, which is telling. So that's what this means. That's what this letter means, you guys. So let me add something else. She said, who is the case assigned to? Uh, what do you mean by that? What do you mean when you say who is the case assigned to? Like what? I don't know what you mean. Like what jurisdiction? Jurisdiction? I don't know what that means. But let me ask. I'm gonna say the shooter. She said, is a DA assigned to the case? Oh, okay, hold on. Uh, is I just said, is it assigned to a DA? You said, is it assigned to a DA? All right, hold on. Yeah, it said it came directly from the state attorney's office. So it said, yes, the letter confirms 100% that the case is assigned to a prosecutor and assistant state attorney or DA equivalent within the Cook County State Attorney's Office. So it came straight from the state attorney's office. So it said the fact that the letter is from the SAO and the FOA officers say that they spoke with the SAO personnel most knowledgeable about the records confirms the prosecutor's office is already actively involved in reviewing or managing the case. So it mentioned court proceedings, their reason involved. So in summary, what does this mean? The case is assigned to the DA inside the Cook County. The attorney is actively reviewing evidence and making decisions about charges, grand jury presentation, or clearance. So, yeah, it's assigned to a DA. She said they won't assign a DA until after charges are filed. Well, it says it's assigned to a DA. Well, it's assigned to the state attorney's office, which it says the case is assigned to a DA, assistant state attorney inside the Cook County SAO. The attorney is actively reviewing evidence and making decisions about charges. So I'm gonna ask it what you just said. You said, do they usually or after charges? All right. No, it said in the state of Illinois, a state attorney, which is the DA, is always involved before any felony charges are filed. So it says, step one, police complete the investigation. The Chicago Police Department gather all the evidence, interviews witnesses, and collect reports. Once they believe they have probable cause for a felony, they don't file charges on their own. They must take the case to Cook County State Attorney's Office for a felony review. Once it goes to number two, once it goes to the felony review, assigned a DA called an ASA, Assistant State Attorneys, A felony review prosecutor is assigned to the case right away. This happened before any formal charges or grand jury presentation. The ASA review all available evidence, body cam, autopsy, witness statements, video footage, etc. They can approve charges immediately if probable cause is clear, or reject charges if it looks like a self-defense or not enough evidence, or defer and keep the case under review while asking detective for more information. So yes, a DA is assigned before charges are filed to decide whether charges should be filed at all. So after the DA decides to charge, once the ASA approves the charges, the criminal complaint or indictment is filed in court. From that point forward, the case transfers from felony review to a trial level ASA who handles the prosecution through court. If the case goes to a grand jury, it's the same or a closer related ASA presenting the evidence to the jurors. So number 4, if the DA doesn't charge right away, if the ASA believe more investigation is needed or self-defense is being considered, they will hold the file open but not file charges yet. That's called keeping the case under SAO review. During that period, the file is still assigned to a prosecutor, but they're waiting on final reports, forensic results, or surveillance video before deciding. That's exactly what the FOIA denial letter suggests is happening in this case. It's already in the DA's hands, but no final decision yet. So it says, so yes, the state attorney office is already writing FOIA letters about the case. That means it's well past the police phase and already on a DA's desk for review or decision. So in Cook County, a DA is assigned before charges are filed, not after. That's because the state attorney office decide whether or not to file charges, not the police. This is good information. She said information that Big Boy posting is coming from the family. He's paying them for the paperwork. Yeah, it might be. He might not even be paying them for the paperwork. They might be giving it to him for free. I believe if they had seen anything in the video, I think she would have been picked up by now, in my opinion. I'm going to ask that. I'm going to ask. So the fact that they have video of the entire incident and the weapon used, the shooter, witness statements, and the autopsy. If I'm gonna put the SAO charge the shooter all right. All right, it says, so this is what I asked. I said, so the fact that they have video footage of the entire incident, weapon use, shooter, witness statement, and the autopsy, if the state attorney office or the DA was going to charge the shooter when they have already charged her and brought her in already. It says, the facts you listed equal a fully developed case. You said they already have the entire incident of the video, which is a police pod camera, the weapon used, the shooter identified and located, multiple witness statements, and the complete autopsy report. That's the entire package prosecutors need to make a charging decision. So your question, if they were going to charge her, would they have already done so? And the answer is, well, 100% logical. And in most homicide or shooting cases in Cook County, yes, once the state attorney office has all those materials, if they believe it's murder, manslaughter, or even reckless conduct, they would act fast, usually within days or weeks, not months. Why they haven't charged her yet and what it really means. Let's break that down. They see strong evidence of self-defense. If the video shows Romeca was the aggressor, violating a restraining order, and Holly defended herself, then prosecutors are extremely cautious about filing charges. In Illinois, where there's even a reasonable possibility that the use of force was legal, justified under the 720 ILCS 57-1, use of force in defense of person, the SAO often keep the case open pending review, but does not file charges. Sometimes wait for a grand jury only if they want a neutral panel to confirm justification. So the delay here is a sign of hesitation, not neglect. Translation: they might believe that this is justified self-defense, but they want to be absolutely sure before they close it. If they plan to charge her, it would have happened quickly. In Cook County, where the shooter is identified on the scene and evidence is complete, prosecutors do not wait months to charge. If they believe it's criminal, they approve charges immediately and have that person arrested or indicted within 24 to 72 hours after the evidence review. The fact that Holly Johnson is not in custody, not charged, and not on court documents after nearly 2 months since September the 8th incident, it is a major indicator that they're leaning against filing criminal charges. The SAO wordings confirm it's active but not aggressive. The FAOI letter said court proceedings have yet to be finalized. That's careful language. It means the file is open in their system, but there is no prosecution underway. If they were actively prosecuting, the letter would reference ongoing litigation or pending criminal proceedings. The wording tells us it's in review, not in prosecution. Politically, the SOA won't charge unless the evidence is overwhelming. Cook County prosecutors have been criticized in the past for overcharging self-defense cases, like the Marissa Alexandria case that you mentioned earlier. Oh yeah, I'm doing that one for y'all. Or even early stages of the Kendall Brown shooting. So now they are very deliberate. They won't charge unless the video clearly shows the shooter was the aggressor. Wait a minute. They won't charge unless the video clearly shows the shooter was the aggressor or the autopsy plus trajectory plus witness accounts prove unreasonable force. In the video, if the video does not show that, they'll likely close the case quietly as justified after the review. So, bottom line, if they had enough evidence to charge her, they would have done it already. Cook County doesn't sit on clean homicide cases. They file them fast. The long delays, despite having full evidence, almost always mean they're leaning toward no criminal charges, possibly preparing a justified self-defense determination, but keeping it open until the SAO officially signs off to avoid public backlash or appeals later. So that's what hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Now that ain't a more, I'm just reading. And that's not law what I'm reading. This is just ChatGPT. She said, is she even remorseful? Who? Holly? How we know? We don't talk to Holly. I don't talk to Holly. Who would know if she's remorseful or not? Who would know? Ooh, I'm gonna read this tomorrow. I just got some information, but I ain't gonna put it out today. Ooh, I'll put this out tomorrow. Thank you for sending me that information. She said her family, that's how I found your page. But are you asking, is Holly remorseful? Is that why Carlos got a lawyer? What do you mean, is that why Carlos got a lawyer? She said, I don't believe she would be charged. If so, they would have arrested her by now. I think they are keeping it open due to public outcry. That might be true. I don't know if Holly's remorseful. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that she's a monster. I think that she's probably thought about this, but but when you say remorseful, like sorry that she did it, I don't know. I don't know, baby. Because I'm sitting up here trying to figure out how I would feel. I don't know. I mean, but if you coming for me after you didn't threaten my life, I don't know. I may have mixed emotions. Stuff like this. I'm sure one moment she may be remorseful, like, damn, I can't believe I did that. And then the next moment she might be like, I'm still alive. I'm unharmed and my child is unharmed. So I'm sure it's mixed emotions. I'm sure it's mixed emotions, but for people that want her to come out and apologize to the internet, I would never if I was her. She don't own no internet, no apology. I wouldn't come out and say nothing to the internet. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because they ready to crucify her on a cross, baby. She said toxicology report hasn't come back yet. They may wait on that. That's a part of the autopsy. So if he has the whole autopsy report, I'm sure he has that. But they say an autopsy report takes a while. So, I was a little hesitant about, is this a real autopsy report? But it may be. I'm not going to discredit his receipts, but an autopsy report normally takes about 4 to 6 months. So this is kind of strange that he does have the autopsy report. Let me look. Let me put it in. How long does it typically take an autopsy report? Oh, okay. I was wrong. Well, hmm. It says 6 to 12 weeks. How long it's been? Oh, yeah, it's been almost it's been almost 2 months. Yeah, okay. But it says, but if you're asking for a toxicology report, ballistic, microscopic tissues, so a very full one would be anywhere from 8 to 10 weeks, but it can be longer. The case involved multiple wounds. So why is it out? So why is it out already? Would the family get it sooner? Oh yeah, the family. That's where he getting it from. The family. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. So he get it. He got it from the family. It says it released next to kin is notified and given access before the public. So yes, the family always gets it first, unless prosecutors place a temporary hold. Rare and only if charges are imminent. What does that mean? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So are you saying they would hold the report family if they Ooh. I don't know how true this is, y'all. I'm just telling you, I do not know how true this is. It says if they were planning to file charges, they would hold off on giving the autopsy report to the family. Ooh. Ooh, wait a minute. Is that true? Hold on. Hold on, baby. We might have something here. We may have something here. Give me a second. Now, this is just Chat GPT, y'all, which, you know, it ain't always accurate. Let me just say that, but I want to just say, what does this means? What does this mean? It says normally the family is the very first to receive the autopsy report once it's finished. However, there's one exception. If the state attorney's office believe they are about to file criminal charges, for example, they think the shooter is about to be arrested or indicted, they can tell the medical examiner office to pause or hold the release of the autopsy to anyone, including the family. That's called a prosecutorial hold or temporary investigation hold. It means the medical examiner already finished the autopsy report, but the prosecutors are asking them to keep it confidential until they formally charge the person, because once the family gets it, it could easily leak publicly, and the prosecutors don't want that before the arrest or indictment. So, in short, unless prosecutors placed a temporary hold, rare and only if charges are imminent, means the only time the family won't get the report right away is if the prosecutors are just about to charge someone and they want to keep all evidence sealed until it happened. So if the family already has the autopsy report, that's actually a big clue that no such hold was ever placed, which means charges are not imminent. Oh shit! Are you kidding me? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. So, are you saying if the family or anyone in the public has access to the autopsy report, that's a big indication that no charges will be filed? What? It says yes. That's exactly right. You are now understanding this perfectly. Let me explain clearly why this is such a big indicator, especially in a case like this one, a shooting that may involve self-defense. Lord, shut the front door. I ain't reading another damn thing. I ain't reading another damn thing, y'all. I am not reading another thing. All I'm saying is, ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Listen. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, we might have just cracked the case, y'all. We might have just cracked the damn case. You hear me? Now, again, this is not legal information that I'm giving you. This is just chat G motherfucking PTEEFG or HIRTR or whatever. It's chat GPT. Charlie, what's his name, y'all? Charlie Henry Anthony Thomas says that having access to the autopsy report is a huge indicator that no charge will be filed. But do not quote me on that, and do not, and if they are filed, don't come back over here and call me a liar. I am just reading, baby. But I want to read the rest of this, but I don't want to read it in front of y'all right now. And the reason being is because, baby, y'all ain't gonna come over here and throw spitballs at my ass. But she said the full report is not released to the family or the public while there is an active criminal investigation, or releasing details could jeopardize the case. Is that what I just researched, girl. She said, "Is that what I just researched, girl? That's what I just read. You hear me?" So the fact, if that's a true autopsy report that Keys has, meaning that he probably got it from the family, then that is a huge indicator that the state attorney did not ask them to put a hold on it, which means that it is most likely that they are not planning on filing charges. But listen, y'all ain't heard that from me, but you heard it here. You hear me? I don't know. I don't want to put nothing false out. This is just Chat GPT, but you can Chat GPT it yourself. I can tell you exactly what I put in there. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what I put in there just so y'all can put the same thing in there or something similar to see what y'all come up with. All right. So y'all heard me. I put in, because you know, sometimes it's about the commands. I said, so the fact that they have video of the entire incident, the weapon used, the shooter witness statement, the autopsy, if the SOA or DA was going to charge the shooter, would they have already charged her or brought her in already? That was the first thing I put in. Then the second one, I said, how long does it typically take an autopsy report to be released? Then I said, so why is it out already? Why is the autopsy report out already? Then I said, would the family get it sooner? Then I said, so are you saying that they would hold the report from the family if they plan to file charges? Then I said, what does this mean? And I said, what does it mean? And what I was saying, what it mean, I copied and paste where it read. So yes, the family always get it first unless prosecutors place a temporary hold, rare and only if charges are imminent. And I said, what does this mean? And it told me, and I said, so are you saying if the family or anyone in the public has access to the autopsy report, that's a big indicator that no charges will be filed? And it spitted out the answer. So basically it says, bottom line, yes, if the family or the public already has the full autopsy report while the shooter is still free and uncharged, that is a major indicator that no criminal charges are likely to be filed. It tells you that the prosecutor did not need to protect the evidence because they're not pursuing a case, which usually means the shooter is being treated as self-defense or legally justified. Now, again, this is just Chat G motherfucking P. Okay? Chat GPT or Jack, what I say? Chat GPT. Yeah, y'all know what I mean. So anyway, baby, ooh, they gonna hate me tomorrow, girl. They gonna hate. She said, "Wow, that's what I'm reading too." Listen, put it in Chat GPT. Don't say Amora said it. Don't say Amora said it. Just put it in Chat GPT, baby. All I'm saying is, hey, this is crazy work. You hear me? Crazy work. Crazy work. Mm-mm-mm. Listen. YouTube gonna be on fire tomorrow, baby. They gonna call me all kind of names tomorrow, baby. You hear me? She said, Amora, the case is closed, honey. My nephew was also killed in a drive-by shooting, and my brother couldn't get anything, no report until the suspect was charged and in custody. Girl, I ain't gonna say it's closed because I don't want them to damn she said, watch them say ChatGPT is inaccurate. They probably will say that. They probably will say that. He said, that's what I'm talking about. Great content. You go, more. Oh, child, you know, they're going to be like, why she over there laughing? Was she happy? She happy because Holly got off? Listen, if Holly got off, it's because it was self-defense. And anybody that's self-defense, what I'm going to get mad for? Why am I going to be mad because somebody defended themselves? Hell no, I'm not going to be mad if Holly defended herself. If it's proven that she defended herself, then hey, why would somebody want a innocent person to go to jail? That's what they be asking themselves. Why do you want an innocent person to go to jail? But I ain't gonna clap too soon because it ain't, it's not, you know what I'm saying? It ain't edged in stone yet. But when it's edged in stone, if they find her to be self-defense, then I'm going to clap. And the reason why I'm gonna clap, because why would an innocent person, why should they go to jail? Why should an innocent person go to jail? You know what I'm saying? That mean they did their due diligence. They did their homework. And all I'm gonna say is I told y'all that I read the legal documents. That's all I'm gonna say. But let me hold it before I put my mouth, before I put my foot all up in my mouth. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put my foot up in my mouth. And all I'm saying is, and I'm not going to sit here and say this is a matter of fact. This is just Chat GPT, baby. Chat GPT. I am not afraid to say I just put this shit in Chat GPT just like any of y'all can. So Big Keys is the one that released the autopsy report. So, and I didn't think it was due. I mean, if he would get it this fast. So the fact that he got it, that mean that, listen, y'all put it in Chat GPT and ask them, put in Chat GPT, does it mean if a full autopsy report is released, right, does that give an indicator that the prosecution do not plan on filing charges? And then y'all can answer your own questions. You can answer your own questions. Yeah, know? She said the whole time they know the truth themselves and acting hella delusional. Listen. She said, if the family knows the case is possibly closed, why is the family keeping this going? Girl, Tammy, I have no clue. I have no clue. She said, I want to know why the auntie pushes harder than the mom about this. Girl, I have no clue. I have no clue, baby. Tina already said Holly got released because she have some good high-end lawyers projecting. Oh, I don't know nothing about that. I ain't getting involved with that. Projecting, they already been saying Holly has a judge in her family. Oh, according to the United States law, you are innocent until proven guilty. You sure is. You sure is. So I'm gonna let y'all come up with the things. I'm not gonna say because I don't know, and I don't want to speak what I don't know. She said Keys is already taking notes to refute the Chat GPT. Hey, I just put it in Chat GPT, baby. Hey, they gonna keep you right there. He says, shaking my head. Y'all never read it all, huh? It also states that if the case reaches indictment or further court proceedings, access might become easier. Oh, hold on. Let me put that in there. Let me put that in there, Keys. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in there. Hold on. So someone just came up and made a comment. Hold on. I'm gonna ask exactly what you said. So if the case, hold on, Big Keys, reaches, hold on, I'm putting just like you said. Hold on. So if the state, wait a minute, what you say? So also it states, oh, okay, I'm sorry. If the case reaches indictment or for further what? Court proceedings. Had to move it over. Will access become easier? All right, let's go. All right, okay. This is another sharp question, and the answer is yes, but only in certain ways and at certain stages. Let's break it down. Before charges or indictment, when the case is still under the state attorney's review, like where this one appears to be right now, everything is locked down. FOIA requests are denied, like the ones you saw. The medical examiner, police, and prosecutors won't release evidence. Family may only get certain reports, but the public cannot. That's because the case is still being treated as a confidential investigation, and the law allows them to keep records sealed to protect pending or contemplated prosecution. Once charges are filed or an indictment is returned, if the state attorney files former charges or a grand jury indicts someone, the case becomes part of the public court system. Court filings, charges, documents, and some evidence listed becomes public record through the clerk of the court. Reporters and citizens can then request blah blah blah. Okay, but wait a minute. So here's the likely key: the autopsy police report and videos still aren't fully open to the public yet. They become discoverable evidence between the prosecution and defense, but not public until introduced in open court. So yes, access become easier in the sense that you can see what the charges are, you can attend hearing, you can request copies. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the autopsy report. I'm talking about the option. Okay, it says, oh, okay. So it says, if you're asking specifically about the autopsy report and whether access to become easier if the case reaches indictment or court proceeding, here's the full answer, clear and specific to Illinois, especially Cook County. Before charges or indictment, while the case is still under investigation or review, the autopsy report is sealed from the public. It says, so before indictment, only family and investigators can see it. Okay, so that's what I asked. Okay. So are you saying the family can get the report, get the full report before any charges are filed? Oh yeah, it does. It said the family absolutely can get the full report before any charges are filed. The family or next to kin has special access. Usually a parent spouse, okay, is legally entitled to receive the entire autopsy report once it's finished, even if the case is still under investigation or prosecutors have yet to decide whether to file charges. So yes, before any indictment or arrest, the family can still receive the complete report. They simply have to request it from the Cook County Medical Examiner's office directly. Okay, so it says when prosecutors can temporarily block it. The only time the family can't immediately get it is if the state attorney office specifically asks for the medical examiner to withhold it. So if the state attorney did not ask the medical examiner to withhold it, can charges still be filed after releasing to the family? It said, yes, charges can still be filed after the autopsy is released to the family, but it becomes less likely likely the longer the state attorney office allows that report to circulate publicly without a hold. Let me explain. Releasing the autopsy doesn't legally stop prosecution. The medical examiner's office and the state attorney's office are separate agencies. Even if the MEO releases, which is the medical examiner's office, releases the autopsy to the family or the public, prosecutors can still decide to file charges later. There's no law preventing that. However, in practice, when the SAO truly plans to prosecute, they almost always put a prosecutorial hold on that report. That's because they want to keep the evidence sealed until they file charges. So technically, yes, they could still charge later, but the fact that they didn't issue a hold is a strong sign they're not preparing to do so. So why prosecutors usually don't let it out if charges are coming? Think about it this way. If the state attorney knew they were going to indict the shooter, they'll want to control all the evidence, autopsy, ballistic reports, statements, etc. Prevent the defense or the public from analyzing or discussing the report before the trial. So in real life, they almost never allow a full autopsy to be released early in an active homicide case they plan to charge. If it's released freely, it means they are not prosecuting it as evidence and they're not actively preparing a case built on it. While it's still technically possible, there are a few rare situations where the family could get the autopsy report first and charges could still come later. If new evidence emerges after the release, for an example, a new witness appear, confession, or a camera footage, if the case was reclassified after review, like from self-defense to manslaughter, if the state attorney's office leadership changes and a new prosecutor reopens the case, but those situations are very rare and they almost always involve months or years later, not just weeks. So, realistically, meaning in this case, here's what the specific scenario signals: the medical examiner released the full report, no hold. The state attorney's office did not intervene to stop it. No charges have been filed in nearly 2 months. That combination tells you the prosecutors are not actively pursuing charges. If they were, they would have they would have told the ME to hold it. They'll be coordinating with police to arrest or indict, and the report would have not been circulating yet. So Keys, big keys, where you at, big keys? Big keys, big keys. I never got nothing from the family. Hold on. I never got nothing from the family. I have receipts. Is y'all crazy? I'm Keys because I got the key to everything. Okay. He said new witness appeared from what I'm hearing. Oh, okay, Keys. Hey, baby. Keep them on the leash, baby. Keep them on there, honey. I'm just reading, Keys. That's it. I'm just reading. He said, well, here in Chicago, they will wait a 6 months or a year to come grab you. I seen it done so many times. So we just gotta wait and see. Well, baby, you right. We just gotta wait and see, baby. We gotta wait and see. It says, how could anyone think it's okay to take a life and not be held accountable? Baby, self-defense is self-defense, Lisa. Okay, taking a life sometimes is self-defense. There's a lot of self-defense cases, baby. A lot of self-defense cases. Anyone who have an opinion when it's not their family members that was unalive. I don't even know what you're talking about. But Lisa, there is such thing called self-defense. So when you say, how can somebody take a life, baby, that's called self-defense. Self-defense. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. You know what I mean? Ask ChatGPT how the public can get access to the toxicology report. How can the public get access to the toxicology report? It says the part of the autopsy report completed by the Cook County Medical Examiner, and it includes alcohol or drug levels in blood, urine, or tissue, substance tested for like THC, cocaine, opioids, prescription meds, notes about impairments, medication, or substance in the system at the time of the death. It's considered a medical record, but under Illinois law, it's also part of the public death investigation records once the case is closed or cleared for release. So who can access them before closure? Law enforcement, SAO, or family, not the public. After the autopsy is final, no hold, then the family or next of kin, family can request it directly. After case is closed or no charges, anyone via FOIA, fully public through the MEO. So for right now, family and next of kin or a police officer or the state attorney are the only ones that get a hold of that. So for him to say he didn't get it from the family, I don't believe that, but I don't know. I just don't think he's being honest. But who knows? Unless he the popo. He said, in my opinion, I heard from a birdie Holly been to the grand jury 3 times and lost Ben twice, but now they're waiting on charges. I think you be making shit up because I heard they have not been to the grand jury. And matter of fact, you know what? They don't even go to the grand jury. Listen, y'all. Now I know that for a fact. They don't go to the grand jury. Only the package goes to the grand jury. So Holly nor Carlos will actually, the grand jury will never see them. Only the paperwork, the witness statements, the video footage, only the case goes to the grand jury. So if he's saying that they went to the grand jury, he is a lie and three-fourths. Use a lie and three-fourths. Holly won't go to the grand jury, neither does her attorney, baby. You hear me? So he is lying his ass off if he says Holly been to the grand jury. Or now you know what? You know what? Take your illiterate ass somewhere else with that bullshit, okay? Let me get them up out of here, right? Because this person is ignorant. I don't deal with ignorant people. Don't come in my chat talking about if my child is shot in the head. Child, my kid's grown. Shut up with that foolishness. Don't come in my chat with that bullshit, okay? For real, because I'll cuss your ass out for real. But anyway, the persons do not go to the grand jury. So if he told people that on his panel, y'all better stop believing this liar, okay? Hey, he said, I heard Holly been to the grand jury 3 times and Los have been twice. Okay, let me ask ChatGPT. Would the shooter go to the grand jury? The grand jury, hold on, let me see what they say. In almost all cases, the shooter does not go before the grand jury. The grand jury hears evidence only from the state attorney office and their witnesses, not from the suspect or their defense attorney. All right. So that is a lie from the pits of hell. Holly will not go before the grand jury. Holly will not go before the grand jury. Stop your lying, okay? You lie so damn much. You lie without even looking up your shit. See, you think people are not gonna look it up, but I had already looked it up though. I had already saw that. So the shooter will not go to the grand jury. Only the statement, the packages will go. Her statements, the video footage, they just look at evidence. The grand jury only hears the prosecutor and they have the evidence in front of them. Holly cannot be there, nor can her attorney. So he's a lie from the alive from the pits of hell. Grand jury is held only once, and if no decision is made, then there is no case. Well, no, a decision has to be made. They have to say either yes for a good bill or no for. Let me see what it's called. It's something about a bill. What decision will the grand jury return? They have to do no bill or indictment. So either they indict or no bill, true bill or no bill. So it can't just be no decision. It has to be a true bill or no bill, true bill or no bill, meaning that they indict or they don't indict. Basically, that's what that means. But Keys is lying, saying that he heard from a birdie. I wonder which birdie was it? Was it a red birdie, a black birdie, a white birdie, a yellow birdie? He says, thank you. I couldn't say too much, but 3 packages went to the grand jury and 2 from Lost, but you said it, not me. No, you lying. You said Holly went there 3 times and Los went twice. You just a liar. And you always try to clean it up. I will give you some. You are quick on your motherfucking feet, but you cannot outsmart me. Okay? You can't outsmart me. I had already looked that up long time ago. Not long, but at least a week ago. I looked up how the grand jury runs, right? I looked up how the grand jury runs, and no, you do not. The shooter does not go to the grand jury. Neither does her attorney. Okay, so you just be lying. Talking about 3 packages, and all of it go at the same time. All the evidence go. The grand jury. You don't keep going to the grand jury. You get 1 shot, 1 kill. 1 shot, 1 kill. All the evidence and everything has to be ready to go to the grand jury. Okay. And then the grand jury deliberate. I think it normally takes like 30 days or whatever or something like that. But you don't keep going to the grand jury. They have to have all the whole package or whatever before they go to the grand jury. Okay. Seriously. And the prosecutor has to plead his case. And if the grand jury deliberates And once they deliberate, they come back with bill or no bill, true bill or no bill. So now it ain't no ain't no 3 packages and then 2 packages, and then they gonna go back and do another package. That's not how it worked, boo boo. That's not how it worked. He said you could look up, has a grand jury been conveyed as of today? Listen, that's funny though. You funny. You funny. You funny, Keys. You are funny. You are funny. Mm-mm-mm. He's like, all of the views, baby. All the views. That's what it is. It's all good, though. I ain't even mad at him. Hell, get your money. Get your money, honey. I ain't mad at you. But you're gonna have a lot of people upset with you though. Ooh, wee. You're gonna have to go into hiding or something, Keys. You're gonna have a lot of people upset with you. Hey, he said a little birdie told me, he said maybe some statements were false, but I can't say too much. Oh, maybe some was false. Okay. You better not say too much because they're going to throw spitballs at you. I'm just letting you know. You better get ready, though. You better get ready. You better get ready. They ain't going to throw spitballs at me. Mm-mm-mm. Cause I ain't selling nobody no dream. I don't give a damn, Keys. I ain't about to sell nobody no dream. You over there selling dreams and shit. You over there selling dreams. He said, but good night. I can't help you investigate. Do it on your own. Okay, I will. He over there selling dreams, baby. I'm talking about big dreams. Oh my goodness. He had more screenshot all his lies and then put all that ish in the video to show how stupid he sound and look. Listen, it's kind of funny though if you really listen to it. That joker said Holly been before the grand. He said Holly been before the grand jury 3 times and Carlos 2 times. I wonder has he said that shit on his panel. And then he like, all right, maybe I told some false statements, but I can't say too much. Okay, bye. He said maybe some statements were false. Maybe some statements was false. Boy, I'm telling you. You better stop. Don't you be selling them dreams over there, okay? You gonna have them mad at your ass. You gonna have them mad at you, baby. Talking about some, I heard a birdie told me, old gray bird, red bird, or yellow bird told me that they done been to the grand jury 3 times and lost been twice. And Lord Jesus. Mm-mm-mm. Oh Lord, this is just crazy. She said the family know what's up. I think the family knows what's up too. But hey, I ain't even got nothing against the family. I don't know the family, and I don't know if they telling Keys to do this or he doing this shit on his own. I have no clue. I have no clue, but it is entertaining a little bit though. It is funny. He always talk about good night. I know he's still in here. He's not leaving until the live is over. He's just going to climb back up the tree. He gonna climb back up the tree. Lord Jesus. He said, Carlos, I heard a little birdie said Holly been 3 times and Carlos been twice. Lord Jesus. Them people probably like, oh yes, good. And I hope they both rot in hell real fast with the quickness. Oh my goodness. Stop it, Keys. Stop it. Just stop. Don't do that to them people. Them people gonna get mad at you, I'm telling you. She said, not him saying he can't help you investigate. Child, he doesn't know you for real. He don't know me for real. Sassy D. He has no idea who I am. He don't know me. He don't know me, baby. He don't know me. Talking about I can't help you investigate. When you make a habit of lying, you lose all credibility. Here he go. Look, y'all. He said, now I'm saying they had to send back them packages because some things wasn't adding up. I ain't saying nothing false. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me ask Chat GPT. How many packages? How many packages go? I feel stupid even asking Chat GPT this. How many packages goes before the grand jury? ChatGPT gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Hold on, let me ask. All right, it said, what do you mean packages? Lord Jesus, I'm about to die over here. Oh my God. Hey, ChatGPT, just asked me, what do I mean, package? Hey, I feel stupid. I feel so stupid. It just asked me, what do I mean, package? Okay, hold on. Now I got a damn. Now you know Chat GPT be keeping up with your intellectual level. Now I gotta explain myself because my dumb ass just asked them how many packages go before the grand jury. It said, "What do you mean packages?" And then it did me a rundown. Well, in the state of Cook County, or in Cook County, the grand jury cases are nearly 15,000 to 18,000. Is that what you mean? They think I'm talking about a year or some shit. Oh my God, I'm over here crying, y'all. Stop. It says it can review tens of thousands per year. No, no, I'm sorry, Chat GPT. Okay, hold on. No, I'm talking about talking about for one case. Oh my God, I feel so stupid. Will the grand jury receive? I feel dumb asking this. Multiple packages in one. I'm gonna say packets because I think that's what you mean. Packets of information in one case. Oh my God, you got me up here acting all illiterate and shit. It says no, it is one single case. It is one single evidence package. One evidence package. All right. So the package has to be full, like all of it, right? It has to have the official police report narrative, the autopsy summary and diagram, the toxicology results, crime scene photos or map, detective summaries, witness statement summaries, not every transcript, but the summary, possible video or still frames from the surveillance footage. It is considered and presented all under one case number. So no extra packages are going to the damn I can't believe you had me look this shit up, but it's no multiple packages going to the goddamn grand jury. It's just one complete package. Boy, you slow, Keys. You slow. He said, you just said they don't have to be there. They send a package. That's the package I'm talking about. You mean the whole file, but they only get one file. Okay. They do one file. They have to have a complete file before it goes to the grand jury. They're not gonna, I mean, they don't need no 3 or 4 or 5 different files. It's only one complete file. I just taught you something because you probably didn't even know that. You probably was over there telling your people that they didn't took 3 packages to the damn grand jury. Oh my God, you so funny though. He said, I'm talking about my lingo is different. Oh, your lingo different? Oh, okay. Oh my God. Hey, Janelle said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Janelle said, do Amazon deliver the He said, do Amazon deliver those packages? I don't know how they get them. How they get them a Stark? How they get the packages, Keys? How they deliver it? Who gives them the extra packages? I want to know. Is it Amazon Prime? Is it a Stark? What the fuck is it? Who sends it to them? Who gets up and deliver the packages? UPS? I mean, please do tell, do tell. Do tell, you got me up here clowning and tears out coming out my eyes. You funny, Joker. You funny. I might have to listen to one of your lives and laugh and shit. You know what I'm saying? Cause you are one funny character. For real, for real. You are funny. Oh my God. He said, well, I thought he was talking about discovery package. Listen, discovery packages. It's just one big grand jury file that they have to present. Well, that they put together and present. Somebody said it drone them. They drone them in. He said, he said, no, Carlos people came up and said he went there twice. I'm going to play the clip tomorrow. Carlos people said he went to the grand jury twice. Maybe they meant he went back to the police because now the police will investigate, and not investigate, but the police will take multiple statements from you to see if you're going to change your story. So maybe that's what they meant, that he went back up to, they may have called him in to question him again, right, to see if he changed his story. But he doesn't go before the grand jury unless, wait a minute, well, he doesn't go, but his statement may, the witness statement, but the grand jury is not like a regular court proceeding. It's not like that. It's on a whole different level. It's the prosecutor in there trying to plead a case to between 12 and I think 16 citizens of the Cook County area, and they will have to take what's presented and then the evidence, and then they got to go back and find out based on the law whether or not they will come back with a true bill or a no bill. Okay, so it's definitely not persons going in there. The witness is not going to go in there and any of that. Just what their statements and shit is. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But you funny though. She said now he's promoting himself. He funny as fuck. What he say? He said now y'all adding extra sauce to them ribs. Keys, you funny as hell. You hear me? She said they call him back in facts. They call him back in facts. What? They call him what? Back in facts. Carlos isn't gonna talk to no grand jury Keys. No, he's not. Mm-mm. No, no, no. It's funny. All this shit is funny. I mean, it's not funny because this is a serious case, but I guess, Keys is funny though. Hey, the Amazon Prime and that shit. He told me I meant 3 packages and 2 packages. She said Keys just can't stay up in the damn tree. This is funny though. Auntie Birdie. Yeah, the damn birdie told him, huh? Oh my goodness. Keys, you gotta start reading, baby. You gotta start reading. You gotta find this out before you come out here and tell your people. For real. You gotta investigate. For real. You gotta research. You be saying all type of crazy shit though. But you are hilarious. You are hilarious. I cannot take that away from you. But you're gonna have some people mad at you though. It says the grand jury receives one comprehensive case packet per incident, not multiple separate ones. If anything new surface, like update lab results, it is added as a supplement, not a new presentation. So for the Holly Johnson case, there would likely be one main grand jury package containing all evidence, video, witness statements, and autopsy finding in one consolidated file. It's just one file, just one file. One file. They ain't even going to submit it unless they have everything, unless something new comes up, like, something new. He says, I know. That's why I said a birdie. Wait a minute. You said what? You said, I know. That's why I said a birdie. They wasn't my words. It's y'all crazy. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right. Well, a birdie. He said, I never told my people. That's why I said a birdie. Oh, don't tell your people that. They might get mad at you, okay? Don't tell them that Carlos been to the grand jury 3 times, okay? Don't tell them that. You're going to sound dumb. You're going to sound dumb. You're going to sound real dumb saying Holly done been 3 times and Carlos done been twice. You're going to sound like a complete nut for real. Especially if anybody go fact check your ass. You know what I mean? I know that being from Chicago, I had many cases. The grand jury don't need nobody in front of them. Nobody. You hear me? Nobody goes before the grand jury. Just the damn prosecutor and the damn people. The prosecutor got to sell the case, right? They may not sell, but they're trying to, they trying to see if they can get an indictment. So they go in there and do what they do. They basically go in there and speak the case and try to win an indictment. But if they feel like they ain't not gonna do it, then you know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying it's not gonna go to grand jury. It probably will. I don't know. But anyway, that's funny. Hopefully we gotta see either side gonna be made if it'll go either way. Wait a minute. Hopefully we gotta see either side gonna be mad if it go either way. Uh, well, I ain't on no side, so I ain't mad at shit. I ain't on nobody's side, baby. I just came out here and started speaking facts, honey. I ain't on nobody's side. I just speak the law. I'm just out here reading the law as I see it. I ain't on nobody's side, so I ain't gonna be mad about shit. Not a damn thing. Nope. But the law says it was self-defense. That's all I'm saying. That's what the law said. Illinois law said it was self-defense. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. It said it was self-defense. Based on everything, yeah, it was self-defense. That's what I'm saying. It was self-defense. How I interpret the law, it was self-defense. I don't got beef with this lady. I don't mind chatting over here. Just don't lie on your boy and we good. I love everybody. Hey, Keys. Hey, I ain't got no beef with you either. I ain't got no beef with you either, but you do be lying, though. You do be lying. You do be lying, Keys. Yes, you do. I done caught you in a few lies, okay? So you can't say you don't lie. I done caught you in a few. I done caught you in a few. All his first videos was Team Holly until he became besties with the auntie after dogging her. I heard him say something like he was on the lost side at first. He was on the law side. Hey, I got a question for you, Keys, because you justice for Romeca, right? So I just have a question for you. Why are you not demanding the tape? Why justice for Romeca people are not demanding the tape? Why you guys are not demanding the tape? Tell me why justice for Romeca people are not yelling, release the tape, release the tape, release the tape. Because everything that y'all have told y'all people, it would be seen on the tape, right? How they move the body, how they pickpocket, how Holly interfered with Romeca just wanting to talk to her, have a nice conversation with her baby daddy, how they flagged her down, how they set everything up, how it was premeditated, how they tried to put her in the car, how she just, grabbed her one time and released her. Why y'all not asking for the tape? Because all of that would be on the tape, right? All of that would be on the tape, right? All the stuff that y'all have been putting out to your people would be on the tape. Why aren't y'all yelling, release the tape, release the tape, release the tape? The tape that you told your people did not exist. The tape that you told your people did not exist. Huh? Why aren't y'all screaming, release the tape? That's what I want to know. Cause release the tape should be y'all number one priority. Cause everything was on camera. Y'all just didn't think so because one of y'all supporters went out there and did a walk and lied to y'all and said, it ain't no camera footage out here. Let's go back and say whatever the hell we want to say happened. Let's go back and tell these people that believe any damn thing we say. Let's just say this happened and that happened and that happened and that happened too and that happened. Now there's a whole damn tape. Y'all gonna sound, if they ever release that tape, y'all gonna look real foolish for coming out here making up all these outlandish ass stories to get these people emotionally disturbed. Get these people all in their damn feelings. You know what I'm saying? Y'all done did a number on some of these people. You got bloggers crying on the damn Facebook and shit, begging people not to come to my page. Please don't go to her page. Please don't go. Don't go to her. If you love Romeca, if you love her, please ignore Amora. Don't go to her page, please. Who psycho ass is that over there crying on damn Facebook? Oh, psycho ass bitch. How you gonna tell somebody don't come to my page, girl? They are welcome over here because I'm not about to lie to them. I'm not about to tell them no shit talking about Jehovah is going to get you. Jehovah is going to get you. Well, gonna get you too. Gonna get me and you. How about that? Jehovah gonna get both of us. I answered your question. Oh, where's your question? I mean, where's your answer? He says, as long as she keeps it 100 about what I'm saying, she can get my respect. All content creators cool with me. We can agree to disagree. That's point. The point. That's the point of it all. Wait a minute. You said as long as I keep it 100 about what you saying. Oh no, you know I'm gonna show it. I'll show your inconsistencies. I'll put them all in the video. I will put all your inconsistencies in a video, but you have not, I don't see nothing where you have said release the tape. You have not said release the tape. You just found out it was a tape and you have not said release the tape. Or have you? Because I don't listen to you like that though. So I don't know if you said it or not. I don't know if you have hashtag release the tape yet. I don't be seeing no hashtag release the tape. This girl said, you really on some evil demonic time, lady. And you listen to me, so it's going to run off on you, girl, rub off on you. You better run. You better run. You going to get it. It's going to get, the demonic time going to get on you. You better run. You better run. You going to get this demonic time. You going to get it on you. You better run. You better run. You better get out of here. Listen, these people are delulu. Delulu, because they in their feelings. You in your feeling. You want me to feel like you and I'm not. And you mad. And you mad because I don't feel the way you do. I don't feel the way you do, and you is mad. I want you to stay mad, though. Stay mad. I don't care about making y'all mad. I really don't. Stay mad, baby. Stay mad. He said, never child. What do you say? Wait, hold on. Never child. Straight pray up, but you a mockery. Child, learn how to write first and then come back and let's have a conversation. Learn how to write because I don't know what I straight prayed up mean, okay? He said, I said ain't no tape from the beginning. Yeah, okay, so why is it a tape then? You said ain't no tape. Why is it a tape? Huh? Why? Why is it a tape? I'm gonna need these mofos that don't know how to write coming over here in my comments because I'm gonna put your your dumb ass on a blast over here. You can't write, you can't write, spell, speak. I'm gonna put your dumb ass on blast over here. Okay. If it doesn't fit, it must acquit. You right about that? If it doesn't fit, it must acquit. I want to see the tape. I want to see the tape. Mm. This person's still over here whining in my comments. Girl, why you over here whining? People laughing at you. Stop whining. Be quiet, girls. Just hush. Go in the corner and color. You tripping. Keys making that money off them people. Ain't nothing wrong with making money, though. That's what bloggers do. But just tell them the truth. Just tell them the truth. Just tell them the truth. That's all you got to do. She said, where the mods at? Child, I don't need no mods right now. I'm fine. I'll let that person come in here and look like a fool. Look like a damn fool until I get tired of entertaining them. I ain't tired yet. She said, Amore is to go ask your cousin. They better go ask their cousin. They better go ask them damn cousins, honey. Child, please. Where the tape then? You the OG. Go get it. What I need the tape for? The Popo got the tape, baby. What I need it for, kids? I ain't doing what you do. I'm not doing what you. I'm waiting for the verdict. Okay, I'm waiting for them to come out and say indictment or not, baby. I ain't invested as you. I ain't no team Romeca, team Holly, team no damn body. I'm just coming out here being a blogger. You all invested. You the one got all them people all team Romeca or justice for Romeca telling them people going to jail. You the one saying that. You the one telling them people that. You the one that told them all them lies. I ain't told them nothing. I ain't promised nothing, baby. Cause I ain't seen the tape. But the Popo got the tape, okay? The Popo got the tape. The Popo, they got the tape, baby. The tape that you said don't exist. The popo. The popo. The popo got the tape. The popo got the tape. But thank you for the paperwork. She said, the more wear your judge robe, I might have to pull it out next week. I may have to pull my judge robe out. They don't know. I deliberate over here. I deliberate over here. No, let me stop playing now, for real. It's funny. She said, these people are crazy, real crazy. I laugh at them. This is entertainment for me, too. Entertainment, especially when they come over here and talk foolish. Yeah, I ignore y'all some nights, but some nights I'm not going to ignore you. I'm going to give you that same energy, baby. I'm going to deliver that same energy. My goal going to be to make 50 people mad in the comments. 50 goofies. 50 goofies. If you're a goofy. Not if you disagree. You can disagree all you want to. But if you come over here with some crazy shit, I'm talking about some crazy stuff, then yeah. But you know what I mean? It's all good. He always added some extra-ish. Dude clearly said they tricked him into coming in for questioning. Oh, he said they tricked Carlos for coming in for questioning. Mm. He might as well purchase a membership since he always over here. He might as well. He might as well turn green with the rest of my crew, baby. You better stop playing. Is she still talking, Tanya? She said, why would her family come for her? Y'all so stupid. Ain't nobody gonna come for me. Who's coming for me? Oh, girl, they'll come for you before they come for me. They'll come for you before they come for me. Girl, you better shut up. You better stop, girl. Ain't nobody coming for me. Who said they coming for me? Hey, she said they coming for me. She said that's some sick shit to say. I hope Amora put her spell on you already. Wait a minute, what did she say? I gotta go back up and see what she said then, y'all. Y'all said that's some sick shit to say. I gotta go see what she said. She says, and I can't wait for Romeca family. Get your ass. You not untouchable. Baby, I'm not worried about Romeca family or you or anybody else on this here internet. You hear me? Listen, I done made it 53 years of life not worrying about nobody, and I'm not about to start to worry about nobody right now, baby. Okay? Okay? Okay, 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 okay. I'm not worrying about nobody coming for me. Okay? We all got our day coming. We all gonna go somewhere one day. Okay? I'm not worrying about nobody coming for me. I'm gonna keep doing what I do. You mad though. You real bad. You real mad. Her family crying because Holly, Pew Pew, Romeca, they so stressed. It's funny right now. Who family crying? He said, you know what? I'm gonna send I'm gonna send you the Go Color, okay? I just sent you the Go Color. Now you gotta go color a really nice looking rainbow, okay? You go stay between the lines now. Stay between the lines. Stay between the lines, boo boo kitty. Some more, thank you for breaking these stories down to the T. You already know it. Thank you, Carmelita. I'm coming. You know I'm gonna break it down to the T. See, I'm not gonna be one of them bloggers that come up here and make up shit and make people just feel good. Boy, these people be wanting to make me feel good, please. Make me feel good. Say what I want to hear, please. Make me feel good, please. Lie to me. Who want to be lied to? Gonna sit there and say, battery really doesn't mean battery, y'all. It just mean attery. It don't mean physical. It don't mean Romeca hit her. It just said battery, but it really don't mean battery. How you gonna sit there and tell your people that battery doesn't mean physical? It mean that she could have just made a threat. Like, y'all stop. You sound, oh my God, stop playing. Stop playing. She didn't really hit her. She just kind of ever so gently stroked her hair and just rubbed her and said, I love you. Like, girl, get the fuck out of here with all that bullshit. Y'all don't want to tell the truth. And y'all mad because I'm telling the truth. Y'all sitting up here trying to sugarcoat shit. The report said they was arguing and it escalated to black men battering her. And y'all get y'all goofy asses on your platform and tell these people that battering does not mean physical. And then they got to come over here to hear the real definition of battering. They got to come over here to hear the real definition because y'all sugarcoat shit over there. Y'all won't tell the truth over there. So then they got to come over here and then y'all get mad because they come over here. That don't even make no sense. Makes no sense. Because y'all won't be real. If y'all told the truth, then they will sit and listen to y'all. They know you lying because some people in your audience know that battering means fighting. It means physical. It could just mean they got in an argument really, really bad. Or she just made a threat to her. Or she intimidated her. Yeah, okay. Stop lying to your people. Why don't you do that? Stop lying to your people. She said they should have unsubscribed as soon as he said that. They ain't gonna do it because they wanna feel good. They're there to just feel good. They ain't there for the truth. Some people don't want to know the truth. Just like that guy that said you can't handle the truth. Most of these people that's out here saying hashtag Team Romeca, now it's some that's probably not. Some that's saying hashtag Team Romeca, they just want to know the truth. And I understand that. And I respect that. But some of these people that's out here spreading these falsehoods or whatever, or that's listening to the falsehood, they wouldn't be able to handle the truth if the truth came out and slapped them in the face. They don't want to know the truth. They absolutely do not want to know the truth. Some Team Romeca people, I believe they do want to know the truth. I believe they do want to know the truth, but majority of them, I don't think they want to know the truth. They just want to be lied to. They just want to keep on hearing Holly's going to get locked up. Holly Day is coming. Holly about to rot in jail. Holly was wrong. Romeca was right. Romeca, they lured her there. It was all premeditated. Holly was jealous. They want to hear all of that bullshit. And they just do not want to hear that Romeca made a badass decision. She, for some reason, made that turn, saw her baby daddy, and pulled up and confronted Holly. Okay. And they had an altercation and they fought, and she wasn't done yet. She wanted to fight her some more. And Carlos held her back and she fought away from him like, let me go. I want this bitch. I want her. I want her. I want her. I want her bad. And she broke free and started charging toward Holly. Now, this is my opinion because I ain't seen the tape, but start charging toward Holly, or either Holly car, and Holly fired. That's my opinion. That's what I think happened. You know what I'm saying? But the tape seen it all. So release the tape. Release the footage. Release the tape. Period. Release the tape. But some of these people would not. Even if they did release the tape, I believe that they're damn interpreted wrong. Hey, Q, I'm just seeing you. What's up? But I think they interpret the tape wrong. If they seen it, they'd be like, see, look, you see, they threw something out in the street and made her stop. She was just out looking at the flowers off on the side of the road. She wasn't trying to get out. The wind flew her door open. Like, they don't make up some crazy crap. She made a bad decision. A bad decision. And that's why we here. And that's why all of this is because of Romeca's decision. Romeca made a bad decision. Not, I ain't saying, Romeca started it. Let me just say it like that. She started it. She was the aggressor. We ain't gonna say, oh, but she did it because of how it don't matter what Holly put on social media. She was not supposed to be around that girl per the law. She was not supposed to be around that girl. If she wanted to try to do anything to Holly or tell the judge she's violating her restraining order, because people are like, oh, she violated her restraining order, she could have went to court. She could have went to the court and told the court, listen, she's subbing me, she's doing this, she's doing that. She could have done that. She chose the wrong decision, and that is pulling up on someone that she was legally told to stay the fuck away from, and she did not. And people want to paint it like they don't want to put the fault in her lane, and that's what I can't get with. I can't get with a bunch of people that want to try to blame everybody else around but Romeca, all because they got some type of emotional attachment to all the pink they had at her funeral. That doesn't drive me. That doesn't drive me. Truth is truth. Facts is facts. But because people want to hold on to their emotions, they want to ignore. She is the cause of all of this. Well, she's the cause of that day. Let me just say that. She's the cause of that day happening the way it happened. She was not supposed to stop. And for anybody to say, oh, she just wanted to get out and fight, she broke the damn law. What part of that do you not understand? She broke the law. She broke the law. So anyway, but I'm about to go, y'all. I'm just listening. I came on here tonight, and I know I pissed some people off, but it's just fine. Y'all will be all right. You will be just fine. But hashtag, where is the tape? Hashtag, show the tape. The police got the tape. Release the tape. Hashtag, release the tape. That's what y'all need to be hashtagging. Hashtag, release the tape. All the people that is in support of Romeca, demand their tape so you can know for a fact what happened. So you can stop believing all these conspiracy stories and stuff. You will know exactly what happened. You know? But anyway, I'm just letting you know. She said they can't get the tape because it's still ongoing. Well, but the family know what the outcome is already. I bet they trying hard for Holly to go down because Romeca no longer with them. Yeah. They protest this week. Let's see if they outside screaming for the tape. Yeah. Hopefully. She said Romeca saw a gun and ran toward Holly, holding a gun directly at her. Autopsy says she was shot from straight forward. Y'all are the incompetent ones. Who's incompetent? Kamari, who's incompetent? So are you trying to say she saw a gun and didn't run toward it? Are you trying to say she didn't run toward it? Because what she do? Back away from it? Electric slide? Like, what did she do? She did the moonwalk backwards? What did she do? Are you trying to say that she did not see uh or she did not run in the direction of the weapon? Is that what you're trying to say? Kamari, is that what you're trying to say? She said, good night. I got to be up at 7:30. Good night, Benita. She said, autopsy says she was shot from far straight forward. Y'all are the incompetent ones. Actually, it doesn't say that. The autopsy doesn't say it was far. It just says it was not a close range. But 3 to 4 feet is not far, sweetheart. That's not far. It's not far like you think, baby. 4 feet's not far. 5 feet's not far. I am 5'4". So if I laid down flat on the ground, that's still kind of close. My husband is 6 feet. If he laid down on the ground, that's still kind of close. So 5 feet is not far. 4 feet is not far. So when you say far, far to me is really far. It ain't no damn 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet. That's not far. Even 8 feet is not far. That's not far, sweetheart. I don't know how tall you are, but just lay down on the ground and just imagine being that close to somebody that's trying to charge toward you or your baby. She said, I'm with the facts, not emotions. Yep. And that's what they want. They want you to be all in your emotions and your feelings. And then they want to call you. You are just dehumanizing the dead. No, I'm not dehumanizing the dead. We're talking about a case. We are talking about a case. Just because I don't agree with her behavior does not mean I'm dehumanizing her. I do not agree with her behavior Why would Romeca see a gun and still charge at Holly? Because she bout that life, I guess. You got to ask somebody in her family that. I don't know, because I don't know Romeca. I don't know. You want me to ask Chat GPT? Would you like for me to ask Chat GPT, why did Romeca see a weapon and continue to run toward her? Would you like for me to ask Chat GPT? Because I would, but I don't know. I would think maybe because she didn't think that Holly was going to fire it, or I don't know, or she was going to knock that weapon out her hand. I don't know. I don't know why anyone would see a weapon and continue to run. But I don't know why anybody would ignore a whole restraining order against them either. She was angry. She was upset. She was mad. That's why. She made a bad decision. She wanted to fight. She wanted to beat her ass. She says because she thought Holly wasn't going to use the gun. Probably so. She said that's incomplete. That's what? You put a Y and an N to complete? That's incompetiti? What is that? That's incompeti. What's that word? Incompet? Baby, I don't know. You gonna try that one again. You gonna try that one again, because I don't know that one, child. I don't know Ebonics. I don't know Ebonics. You gotta spell it all the way out, baby. I don't know Ebonics, baby. I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I don't know. She said, when I got my CCL, the police officer told me, don't pull my gun out if I'm not going to shoot. Yep, that's what they tell you, baby. That's what they tell you. She said, Chat GPT wants the word. She mean incomplete. Do she mean, oh, that's incomplete? Incomplete. I don't see the L. I don't think she meant that. I don't know what she meant, child. That's some Ebonics something. She said, Kamari, you're asking assumption questions. You'll have to ask Romeca. I know. Why you asking me what Romeca did? I wasn't in Romeca head that day. You got to ask Romeca. I wasn't in Romeca head. There's a lot of questions people probably want to ask Romeca. But you come all the way over here and ask me some shit only Romeca. No. Why you expect me to know what Romeca? No. Romeca, why did Romeca stop? Romeca, hold on, let me call right quick. Give me a second. God dang it. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. I'm trying to get her on the phone right quick. Give me a second. Hello? Damn, they hung up. Let me try it again. I can't get nobody to answer. Let me try one more time. Hold on. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody answering the damn phone. You gotta call her yourself. Didn't nobody answer the phone. Didn't nobody answer. So you can't ask me no questions that only she know. You cannot ask me no questions that only she knows, okay? So I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I can't help you with nothing that only she knows, okay? I'm pretty sure a lot of people got a lot of questions for her, but the phone just keep ringing. Okay. I couldn't get her. Maybe you could try. But anywho, she said she thought Holly was going to drop her gun and fight. Holly took concealed carry classes that teach you that in the class, duh, these people is not smarter than a fifth grader for real. Listen, hey, if that's the reason, I don't know, baby. She said, y'all are deflecting with insults is crazy. Well, what you want us to do? What you want us to do, Kamari? Kamari, what you want us to do? Tell me, and I do it. What you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Hmm? You want me to say that she was backing away? Huh? She said, Amore, don't you come on this internet tomorrow night. She said, Amore, don't you come on this internet tomorrow. I'm not. I'm off tomorrow, y'all. I am off tomorrow. All right. She says, Trina, I know I'm here in Chicago. I fought cases. I'm from the trenches, baby girl. I ain't trying to argue with you. Ain't nobody's side. I'm speaking facts. Who is Trina? I'm not Trina. I think you got me wrong. You got the wrong channel. You came in the wrong chat calling the wrong name. Oh, Tina. Oh shit. Now y'all know it's time for me to go damn sleep. But hey, Kamari, what is it you want me to do? Kamari, what is it that you want me to do, baby? What do you want me to do? He said she not talking to me. I don't know. Listen, I'm just reading the damn thing. I want to know what Kamari. She said, but you wouldn't know what that means. Trying to be funny. I wouldn't know what mean. Oh, she said it was a rhetorical question. Oh, I thought you was asking me for real. What? Oh, my bad. Shit. I thought you was asking me a serious question. I thought you really wanted to know why would, because you actually said answer me that. You did. You did say that. You do know that, right? You said answer the question. So if it was a rhetorical question, why did you tell me to answer it? You the one said answer the question. You actually did say answer the question. You want me? Let me go back up because she did say answer the question. Hold on. Let me go back up to Kamari told me to answer the damn question. And now she's saying it was just look right here, Kamari. Look, you said answer the question. So how it's gonna be rhetorical, but you want me to answer it? What? Which one is it? Did you want me to answer or no? Huh? Did you really want me to answer it or no? You actually said answer the question. It was a rhetorical question. Did you want a rhetorical answer? Is that what you're looking for? You guys want y'all want to be rocked is what y'all want. Y'all want to be cradled. I can't do that though. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want me to do. She said, I'm more Sunday is a rest day. Just put your copy link on your community wall. We will see you on Monday. She said, no, I didn't. Oh, so you said answer the question, but you really didn't want to answer. Oh, okay. Well, talk to me. I ain't know that's what you didn't want an answer. I thought when you said answer the question, I thought you really want to answer. She said, my sister was a Romeca and got killed by her baby daddy girlfriend. Every time they see each other, they fought or they fight. Oh, wow. Oh, damn. She said, I'm more read my comment, please. Okay. Oh, I read it. I read it. You said put your coffee link on your community wall. We will see you on Monday. I wasn't coming live tomorrow, y'all. She said you not reading everything I'm posting. Child, you draining. You draining. I can't read everything you post because you want me to rock you, cradle you, and I can't do that. And you getting mad. So I don't know what you want from me. I really don't. I don't know what you want from me. You want me to say, you want me to say, you want me to say, I don't know what you want me to say. Because you said that If she saw the gun, why did she run forward? So you trying to say she was across the street and Holly just shot? Y'all trying to make Holly a damn expert shooter, some shit, sniper? She need to join the Marines or the Navy SEALs or some shit. Is that what you trying to say? Y'all trying to call her a lawyer because she got a criminal justice degree. So she a master murder planner or some shit. Now she's a sniper. She should be a part of the damn army or something, a national navy, naval SEALs or y'all make Holly out to be a musician and everything. By the time y'all finish, y'all Holly gonna be everything, baby. She stuck her foot out and made the car come. She positioned herself in the right spot just so Romeca would stop and say something to her. She did everything. She knew Romeca was on her way to the school to drop her baby lunch off. And so she said, let me go outside right now at this time. This would be perfect. This would be perfect right here. I want her to see me like, ooh, child. Y'all imaginations is wild. That's all I gotta say. It's wild. All I want to do is see the tape, though. I want to see the tape. And then the girl said she didn't pull up. All she did was made a U-turn. Well, how'd she get out of the car? Well, the wind blew her out the car. All right, I'm being silly, but I am being silly because y'all being silly. And that's how y'all sound. And you don't realize it. I'm being silly because y'all being silly, for real. And it ain't all of y'all. It's just a few, just a trinkle. But y'all say, she didn't really stop. She just turned the corner and he blocked her in. She didn't stop. Like y'all say some of the craziest things you do. Is no rule in protecting yourself. It's sure not. These people don't have a gun and don't know what you have to do in the class to get your carrier. And now there are people mad she did her amendment rights to protect herself. Exactly. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like they are mad because she, utilized her rights to bear arms, and they don't know that they can do that too, right? Yeah, as long as they don't have no felony, they can utilize their rights to bear arms. But some people believe that black people shouldn't shoot, they should just fight. But in my opinion, that's you. That's you. She said, when I say they made up stories with their eyes closed, they did, Tina. And they didn't think about it. And then they get mad when somebody read their story back to them because it sounds like something out of a damn movie or something. Oh, that's not true. That's not true. We didn't disrespect you. You probably said something goofy. I would have to go back and see what you said. But you can definitely ask questions. But the way you said it, though, you was like, so she just saw the gun and then she just ran up toward her, and then you called us incompetent, but you just spelled it wrong. So you called us a name first. You called me a name, or on my chat a name, and so we were supposed to take that, right? We were supposed to take the incompetent comment, and now you talking about, but you was disrespected. But you don't think calling us incompetent is disrespectful? Because that's what you did. You called us incompetent. But now all of a sudden you think that calling us incompetent is not disrespectful. But we saying and laughing at you, now we disrespecting you. But we just love being called incompetent. Huh? See, you didn't think about that. You didn't think that all the way through either. You called us incompetent. But now that we talking back to you because we gave you some attention, now all of a sudden we disrespecting you. Make it make sense. How are we disrespecting you when you called us incompetent? Anything pertaining to justice for Romeca won't make sense to y'all closed minds. Anything saying that Romeca was in the wrong when she pulled up knowing that she had a restraining order and she violated and broke the law, it's don't make sense to you or make sense to people like you. You don't realize that she broke the law. She put herself there. So that won't make sense to you. Why? Because you have a closed mind. or you're leading off of your emotions. And that's the problem. So it's not anything pertaining to justice for Romeca. Whatever that justice is supposed to be. I just pray that she sleep well, but she can't because too many people got her name in their mouth. She said, y'all are incompetent and you can laugh until your stomach hurts. See, but you talking about us disrespecting you. And see, we not supposed to say nothing back to you. I ain't even gonna say nothing because you sound like you might be like 13 or some shit, and I don't want to argue with no child. So I'm gonna let you just say whatever, okay? I'm just gonna let you say whatever. Why do people come over here, ask questions, get mad, and go say she's so disrespectful? It's like that's what they want. Exactly. And I'm gonna give them what they want. I said I was gonna step on toes tonight. They can go run in whoever chat they want to and say I'm disrespectful. It ain't gonna change the type of blogger I am. I'm still not about to feed off that emotional shit and just feed people a whole bunch of lies and make up wild, outlandish stories just to have somebody in my chat. I'm not gonna do that. She said, lose loss of life of anyone is not laughable. It's not. It's not of anyone. The lies everyone is looking over. It was at the school. She was shot 3 times. The question no one want to ask, why did Romeca pull up and jump out? Exactly. They want to make up all type of lies, but do not want to answer why she pull up. And one girl took a shot at it earlier. I don't even know if you was in here, Miss To You. I don't know if you was in here. One girl took a shot at it and actually said she didn't stop. She didn't pull up on them. She just took a U-turn. And I asked, well, how did she stop and get out the car? She never answered that part. But she said she didn't pull up on them. That Romeca didn't pull up. you know? So, no, I think you 13. Sorry, but you sound like you 13. You sound like you 13. She said, just like anyone hearing facts and agree with Holly doesn't make sense to y'all. Come on now. Yeah, they look for chats that people just, just don't see it their way. How the hell she arrived in? Oh, girl, they said that she just bust a U and just ended up there. Like all she did was just bust a U-turn. She ended up there and just boom, it just happened. Like, I don't know. They waved her down, I guess. I don't know. She was blocked in by Carlos. Carlos was like, oh, no, hell no, you ain't going away. I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it's on tape how she got there. I mean, I ain't gonna say how she got there, but it's on tape when she pulled up. She said, I can't wait for this video. I know. I just hope they released it. But I don't even know if they will. She teleported it there. Okay. I guess. They just say some wild, crazy things. She said, y'all laughing at a dead woman. We ain't laughing at a dead woman. We laughing at you. We laughing at you. People like you. We ain't laughing at no dead woman. It ain't nothing to laugh at with a dead woman. We laughing at you. Y'all laughing at a dead woman and in support of someone that has repeatedly disrespected the family on social media. Who disrespect the family? We in support of someone that has repeatedly disrespected the family on social media. Who disrespect the family? She said, how do I send you a screenshot of something I saw earlier? You can email it to me. Talk about it with a more at Gmail. At Gmail. Or you can inbox it to me, but here you go. Here's my email. She said, I'm so sick of these people that don't think and stand for what's right. That's why these kids be out of control because ain't nobody telling them right. Shaking my head. That's right, Miss Go Getter. They make excuses and don't hold nobody accountable. Just like that mother in the story I did earlier. She ain't gonna hold her son accountable, and we'll hear about him again. And probably sooner than we think. Sooner than we think, a year or so, or two maybe. We'll be hearing about him. His case gonna come back up. You watch. Cause no accountability. There's nothing wrong with saying my family member was wrong or she violated some things. She should not have made those decisions. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with saying that. Nothing wrong with saying that. So anyway, but I'm about to get off. She said Romeca called the family threatening Holly. She had a restraining order against due to those threats. Romeca should have stopped to fight Holly. She broke the law. That's right. If they drop the video, do you think the noise will stop or will continue an uproar? You know what? Let me see if I can answer that in my opinion, right? I believe with how much um emotional attachment that some people have in this case, right? I believe that they will try to make it something else. So I think that if they drop the tape and it shows exactly what happened, whether it was Holly started or Romeca started, right? As far as the confrontation, right? I believe that they would try to twist it to fit their narrative. I don't think that they would literally accept what's shown. Now, for me, you have my 100% word, right? If the tape is dropped and it shows Romeca pulled up, which she still would be in violation of the law. But let's just say Holly started it with her, hit her, or jumped in a conversation with her and Carlos, or whatever the case may be. I will call it exactly the way it is. I will say, okay, she did this or she did that, she did that. I wouldn't cut no corners, beat around no bush. I would call it straight down to what it is, period. Right? But I just do not believe that people that are, excuse me, in support of Romeca, I do not believe, well, especially the content creators, I do not believe that that's how they will relay it to their supporters. I think they'll try to manipulate it and try to make them see something that's not there because that's just how they act. Majority of them, that's how they act. They are so emotionally attached to this story. So I do not believe that they would I believe they would try to paint a whole different picture. She said, and y'all support Quadre. Oh my God. Kamari, girl. She said, so y'all didn't see the car next to Carlos' car. There was two cars in front of Romeca. And why would Romeca say, really, I just dropped my son off if she was on bullshit? Because how do you know she actually said that? Oh, because you believe the witness? The witness told a whole bunch of shit that she heard on in my opinion, I believe the witness told a whole bunch of things, repeated a whole bunch of things that she heard on TV, the news. So, but I don't see how you could think she wasn't on bullshit when she stopped. She was definitely on bullshit when she stopped. She was on bullshit when she stopped. So, I mean, I don't know what part of that you don't understand. She said, we don't care. All we care about is that day and why Romeca stopped with the restraining order. That's what matters. Yeah, that's true. She broke the law. She broke the law. But anyway, y'all, I'm about to get off. Let me read this one. She said they riding with Romeca because when the news first came out, it read mother killed. And this is the note she left in her son's lunchbox. That stuck on that. They stuck on that. And you know what? I'm not gonna lie. When it first came out, I was sad for her too. I'm still sad for her. Don't get me wrong. I'm still sad for her. But I thought that's what happened too when it first came out. I thought it was just like a, you know, like damn, you know what I mean? But when I started looking into it and doing my own research on it, that's when I found out that a lot of things that were put out were lies. They were lies. And a lot of people have just been continuing to spread the lie. That's why is a lot of people don't want no one to listen to me because no one is out here. I ain't gonna say no one, but not too many people out here correcting the lies. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people didn't even know about all those threats on that restraining order that Romeca did to Holly, right? They didn't hear it. Why? Because the Team Romeca people were not putting that information out. And it was just so one-sided. And I was like, that's just wrong, right? For them to try to excuse her behavior and put it all on Holly. So I just felt like, okay, I need to put this information out because if I don't, who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Because the team, the Justice for Romeca people, are covering shit up. You know what I'm saying? Making up wild stories and they're not putting out the truth. So that's why I decided to put out the truth. So that's what it is. I'm putting out the truth. I'm putting out what they did not want the public to know. Period. They're putting out, I'm putting out what they wanted to hide from the public. The public would not have known that Romeca threatened Holly all these goddamn going times. Don't make no damn sense. She would not have known that she called her grandmother, threatened her child. They would not have known these things. They would have only known the things that they wanted to put out bad about Holly. And that's just not fair. It's absolutely not fair. Then they want to say, you don't care about the dead. No, y'all want to make the dead look like she didn't do anything wrong and the person is still alive. You want to make her look like she the worst person in the world. And it's just not fair and it's not right. So on my watch, I wanted to make sure that the correct information got put out there. No one is happy that Romeca is deceased. I don't think anybody, I don't even think Holly's family is happy about that. Nobody is happy that this young lady is deceased. But this young lady hands were not clean. And that's what people want to spread. They want to make it seem like this angel, this prom queen, right? That she did everything right. This good, perfect mom, she did everything right. And Holly just jealously took her life. And that's just not true. And I'm not going to stand back and allow that to just continue to go on. She said, once I saw the position of her car, I questioned the note, late lunch, late school drop off, etc. Well, you're smart to question it because it's a whole lot of people didn't question nothing. And I ain't gonna lie, in the beginning, I did believe the news, right? And then I start questioning it when I said, wait a minute, why did the charges drop? Not charges drop, I'm sorry, because she was never charged. That was just another lie that went out. But I said, why did they let her go? But then I was like, when I saw some of my opposition, my ops covering the story, I was like, no, I'm not gonna cover this story because I didn't want to get into it with them. But then when the young lady called me and was like, Amor, can you please cover this story? And I'm looking into it and I was like, you know what, let me see. And that's when I decided to cover the story. So, but I got some information to put out for y'all. I don't know if I'm gonna put it out tomorrow. Let me see. No, not tomorrow. I got some information Monday. I'm gonna set my thumbnail and I'm going to put this information out. Okay. Somebody sent me some stuff and I'm gonna put it out. And I'm gonna put it out. And people gonna be mad. And the Romeca supporters gonna be mad, but they're gonna be just fine. But I will be putting this out on Monday. I'm not gonna come live tomorrow. I need to take off and spend some time with my husband before I be out here trying to stand on the corner of some shit. But no, I'm gonna put some information that was sent to me out on Monday. I need to look at it and verify it and make sure it's good to go. And then I will put it out on Monday. So I'm gonna set my thumbnail. So y'all just get ready to come back Monday and hear some more tea. We're gonna call it tea. All right. So anyway, but thank y'all for coming through. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the tips. I do appreciate you guys a whole lot. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Gloria. She said, keep talking louder more. Trust me, they're listening. Hey, Moz and Loud. Thank you, girl. Miss Pamela, hey, Loud Talkers are more. Speak facts, not feeling show. Do, baby. Thank you. Bonita, thank you, girl. Bet, thank you. The truth will come to the light. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Nels. Amora, where is the tape? She said, love Amora. Where's the tape, girl? They got the tape. The police. Rayshawn, thank you. A witness said Karen Lacey caused that accident, but the video showed different. That's right, baby. That video, baby. The videos don't be lying. You hear me? You show right. And you know what? I wish that he would have just held out a little bit longer. But unfortunately, you know, what happened to him was crazy. But I wish he would have landed, you know, waited a little bit longer. But thank you, baby. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, my girl. Candy. Romeca made a permanent decision off of temporary emotions. Emotions change every 5 minutes. This is why you should think before you do anything. That is true, my girl. Thank you, Dry Bob, for becoming a member. And thank you, Cocktails and Combos. First time here. Oh, thank you, Cocktails and Combos. Thank you. I like that name. And thank you, Dry Bob. It looked like you, she said, had to come renew my membership. Oh, you had to renew it. Okay, thank you, baby. And then Dry Bob showed me some love. They big bothered more, and they gonna stay big bothered. But I got some tea to drop on Monday, and so I won't be here tomorrow. But I do have some tea that I will be dropping on Monday. But I do want to evaluate it and make sure it's good to go, and then I'll bring it to y'all on Monday. All right. She said he banned from Keys panel. Who's banned from Keys panel? He had him on the panel to get information, but he has never supported his behavior. Oh, you talking about Q? Q is banned from Keys panel? Is that what she's trying to say? She said, God bless y'all. Justice for Romeca to the death of me. Ooh, I hope it ain't the death of you, baby. I hope it ain't the death of you. I hope that whatever happened, you're able to deal with it, because I really wouldn't want anything to happen to you, sweetheart. I really wouldn't. So I wouldn't say to the death of me, but I can't tell you what to say, sweetheart. But I hope you don't go do nothing crazy. Good night, I'm more in chat. Great live once again. Thank you, Debbie. Never thought I'd see the day where you and Amber agreed on a subject. Girl, me neither. Me neither, but you know what? I gotta give her credit. I gotta give her credit. She did not let them people scare her off, because you know that's what they was trying to do. But she did not let them scare her off. So I gotta give her credit. I gotta give her credit, because you know so many people scared to do stuff like this. They scared to stand on their own. They gotta follow the crowd. And hey, I just think people like that, in my opinion, are weak. But hey, either way, on both sides. Okay. All right. Love y'all so much. I'm going to talk to y'all later. Y'all have a good night, okay?
Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.
Jay! She kept talking about
We
that
got these
family.
hoes over there cracked out,
She kept
man.
talking about that family. She kept talking
Internet
about that
gangsters.
family. She kept talking about that family. She kept talking about that family. That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family.
These motherfuckers don't be wanting to listen. Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our